What's going on, folks? Yes, I'm standing. For those that are watching here live, for those that are looking via video, you'll see and understand why. I wanted you to see the shirt, not just any shirt. This is one of a great fighter, an uncrowned champion. He never won a world title, but certainly one worthy of such. The great Jack Blackburn, Chappie. When I walk around in this shirt, no one knows who he is. If someone one day says, "Hey, I do know who he is," then I have to show some love. I have to show some love because that would mean that they are astute boxing fans or astute boxing history aficionados. So Jack Blackburn, when I walk around the airport with this on, people are looking, trying to figure out who he is. But one of those things. I just want to show folks. Anyway, what's good? What's good? Thank you for dropping by. Another edition of Boxing History Every Night. Wasn't going to do it, but sometimes we just need to talk boxing history. I was in the zone. I was feeling it. And I said, I'm going to come on, baby. We're going to do this. Shout out to my man, Flat Boxing, in the building. Appreciate you, Flat Boxing. Appreciate you, without a doubt. I know we've been having some dialogue. I've seen some of your comments. I had to catch up with a ton of them. I was like 7 days behind. And I started rattling off some, just checking them out, seeing what was going on, all that good stuff. But yeah, appreciate you being here, my friend. Also, Blake Gallimore says, awesome shirt. Hey, appreciate you, Blake, again, representing for Jack Blackburn, someone who gets love as a trainer, but certainly, like many in history, doesn't get a ton of love just in general because we have so much boxing right now here in modern times, all the streaming platforms, etc. Why dig back and look into the history? Everyone today knows it all. So, but no. So salute to you, Blake Gallimore. Appreciate you, my friend, especially considering you were instrumental in that Harry Greb discussion that took place. Had the great granddaughter of Harry Greb in the mix. She was able to answer some questions as well. She was participating, very active. It went about 2 hours, wanted to go a little bit longer. I'd imagine we're going to get it back jumping again because no way you can sum up the career of Harry Greb in one setting. But it was just good to get some of those discussions on the way, get a lot of dialogue going. And I think that more will certainly be coming. Or at least that's the overall intent. We need more Harry Greb discussion, of course. Of course. So salute to you, Flack and Blake. Says, Chappie. Yes, sir. Chappie. That's the nickname of Jack Blackburn. The Boz is in the building. Says, oh, hey, bro. Hey, guys. Salute to you, Boz. The Boz is in the mix. Shout out to the Boxing Haven. If you're in the Boxing Haven, salute to you. Appreciate you. The Boz, you know about the Boxing Haven without a doubt. So appreciate you being here. I know it's probably a little on the later end there on your side, but hey, you're still here with us, so it is appreciated. And of course, Boxing Chit every Sunday, baby. Typically 2 p.m., but subject to change given the times. Anyway, the Boxing Chit and the Boz. Flat Boxing sends his regards. Rodolfo Rivera Jr. in the building. Rodolfo says 86 is back. Back, baby, back. Yes, back in here. I was actually on travel, as a matter of fact. I had to go to Chicago, and the air quality is bad there, and it's bad here in D.C., as a matter of fact. So we've been getting these bad air quality alerts, and apparently it's coming from the Montreal area where those wildfires are running rampant in Canada. It's made its way down. The quality of air was bad 2 weeks ago. Then it seemed like it had went away, but now it's back to being bad. It looks foggy outside, even if you're in the middle of the day with the sun beaming. And I was in Chicago, as mentioned, and it was the same case there. It looked foggy, even though the sun was out. You couldn't see the sun because all of the smoke or whatever it is was covering everything. But it's crazy. I wasn't there long. Of course, dealing with a plumbing issue, still getting that worked out. But that being said, it was cool to check it out. Chicago, home of Packy McFarland. It was funny. We were talking about him, and his nickname's the Chicago Whirlwind. I was there. I wanted to try and look up some stuff maybe pertaining to him or some other boxers from Chicago, those of which I can't name right now outside of Packy McFarland. But that being said, I wasn't able to do so. I wasn't there long. I was going to stay there until Friday, but ended up having to come back early. Just had so much going on. And it was still cool, though. I was there for about 2 days, two days, and then I left out on the third day. So it was not too bad. Got to see a little bit. Didn't get to go by Soldier Field, home of the Dipsy versus Honey fight back in 1927. That second fight, the long count fight, I believe it was, that was Soldier Field. Correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at that picture, insane. But I didn't go by Soldier Field, but it was so crazy that that fight took place. It's still the original Soldier Field to a certain degree, at least. They've done some renovations, but they still have a lot of the original stuff, I guess you can say, or the original architecture, maybe masonry. Some of that is in place. I don't know the full details of it. I wasn't able to check it out, as mentioned, but it's pretty cool knowing that there is some originality there, most certainly. The Boz, did you get any soul food? Take any with you? LOL. No, I don't need to do it. I can get soul food anytime, baby. I can always get some soul food, but no, I didn't get to get any soul food. I don't know if Chicago is known for the deep dish pizza, and I don't like deep dish pizza. I had some pizza while I was there at a famous place. It's called Aurelio's, I believe it's, and I was with someone that's a part of the crew that I was with was from Chicago, so she mentioned this was good, and it was good. I did try that out. I had my pizza thin crust though, because I don't like deep dish, too much bread or whatever. But no soul food, guys. No soul food on this trip. I did have a interesting food though. I did have an interesting food. I don't even know if I want to mention, but frog legs. Have you ever had that? Anyone ever had frog legs? I did have some of that. It was not bad though. Flat boxing. It was very bad over here in NY a few weeks ago. It's coming back, but it's not as bad now. Salute to you, Flat. Salute. But yeah, New York. Yeah, I saw the pictures, and I knew someone that I was with is actually from New York as well. And he was mentioning that, yeah, it was pretty bad up there, and they had shut down LaGuardia and the other airport, not JFK, but the other airport that I guess is popular outside of LaGuardia. And yeah, that was bad. Yeah, I remember when it was coming down from New York, and I saw some of the videos, this guy looking crazy. I guess you can say crazy. I wanted to say there's a beautiful disgustingness to it because you had varying colors, of course, with the sun setting or being covered in varying things. But yeah, very interesting. Bad air quality. We've been getting these alerts, so it's pretty crazy. So I knew of those in New York who were dealing with it, and apparently it was worse than here. So, yeah, no telling when this thing's going to stop. I guess when the fires stop. So maybe that's the deal. Salute to you, Dan. Dan in the building. Hello, Dan the man. I didn't know about this. Wow. Hello, Josh Flackbars, all of my amigos. Salute to you, Dan. Appreciate you being here, buddy. I've been seeing some of your comments. Good stuff. I did a poll, AJ versus Primo Carnera. AJ is winning, but not by a ton. Primo Carnera, I think he's a little bit better than given credit for. Skill-wise, yeah, he's not the most skilled, but we've seen boxers who aren't skilled have success. Him and Anthony Joshua would be a very interesting fight. Two big guys. I think Primo has a bit more girth to him, and tough guy for sure. And certainly from a resume perspective, it's not even close. Complete landslide in that regard. So very interesting fight. But Dan, appreciate you being here, buddy. Love all the discussions, without a doubt. Italian food, the Boz. Yes, that was a big theme right there. Italian food. I think that's the big thing in Chicago. Pizza, of course, being one of those, but just Italian food in general. And there were some of the spots that I saw, they were Italian, some of the pizza spots. and some other spots that were mentioned to me that I didn't get to check out. But it was not bad though overall, in terms of they had a pretty good variety. Big city, so I was really only downtown, so I didn't even get to see any stuff on the outskirts per se. I didn't get to enjoy any of the amenities. I guess some of the full amenities. I didn't get to see the park. I didn't get to go to the Sears Tower, which is named something else now apparently. To go to the top of that historic spot. I didn't get to go by Soldier Field or anything, any other stadiums. It would have been cool to check out a baseball game. I was there for a conference, but could have checked out Wrigley Field in the baseball game. But in knowing that I was coming back, just kind of cut it short because, of course, my girlfriend didn't get to come with me, and I was going to stay longer in that case. But because we were dealing with the plumbing issue, she had to stay back here, and therefore, it was kind of cut short. So didn't get to explore like I wanted to, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Vaz hasn't had frog legs. Vaz, hey, tastes like chicken. That's what they all say. Rodolfo, today's been okay, just studying right now. How come you're having a bad day? Yeah, why are you having a bad day, Vaz? Your day should be better now. Your day should certainly be better. Good stuff. Calzone, yeah. Somebody had a calzone at this little spot I ate at with some fellow coworkers. Thick calzone. Craziness. It always works out. You're right, Dan. It always works out. Just gotta breathe in, breathe out. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out. Certainly, Dan, certainly. But yeah, cool. Hey, I appreciate everyone being here. Of course, this was kind of impromptu in some sense, but I've tried to keep it at this same time frame. But if you notice the title, we're here to talk about a former world featherweight champion by the name of Leiser Kid Kaplan. So Leiser Kaplan, aka Kid Kaplan. And interestingly enough, as you probably suspected, we do have a video of Leiser Kaplan on the channel. And to be honest, it's one that kind of went under the radar, I would say. Luis is a under the radar type fighter, I'd imagine. Just thinking about it, I haven't really seen a ton of stuff out there on him. I've seen some videos on him. I include some clips of such in my video that was done here for the 86 Boxing channel, because there are two pieces of film that feature Leiser Kaplan actually in a fight with two different opponents, and one of them was Justro Suarez, and one of them was former world featherweight champion Battling Battalino. I know you've heard that name, Battling Battalino. Shout out to the boxing librarian. I know he's mentioned Battling Battalino a number of times and has done some stuff on him. So shout out to him. Shout out Scrapbook Boxing as well. Similar situation. But Battling Battalino, there's actually footage. Now, the footage is sped up. The frame rates, I guess, are a bit off and crazy. So you know how a lot of the older videos previously, before people started editing them, they would be at like a crazy speed that was super fast. That was the case with this video. And I know there are guys out there, guys and gals, as a matter of fact, who actually do editing, and they do adjustments to frame rates to redo the videos. The channel I can think of right now is Smooth Legends. I'm sure the majority of you all have probably heard of him. And he has a channel. As a matter of fact, I think we started popping off kind of at the same time, because I remember he was posting stuff. I was posting a lot of stuff. We had several hundreds of subscribers. And then he just shot up. He's at like 10,000 subscribers now. So salute to Smooth Legends. But he's been adjusting the frame rates for a lot of these old videos, and the fights have looked incredible, just being able to see them at the proper speed for the best viewing experience, at least as close and realistic as possible speed-wise. So there is some footage there of Kid Kaplan with Battling Battalino, as well as with a guy by the name of Justo Suarez, who was an Argentine fighter who had, I want to say, sub 30 fights, but it was pretty solid. He only had 2 losses, and he was a pretty solid fighter, I would say. Shout out to my mom who says, "Hi, son. Appreciate you being here, mother for sure. Appreciate you being here, showing some love at all times, being that number 1 fan." So I raise my fist and salute to you. Appreciate you, without a doubt. Thank you for being here. I know you love the boxing history, right? Or you hear from me. One of the two, at least. Dan says, "Bob, you ran out of time the other day. I mentioned congratulations on your heavyweight knowledge. Even 70s. Awesome. Yes, Boz knows his 70s heavyweight stuff. Far more than I can tell you. But we know that 70s, that was a pretty solid era for heavyweights, without a doubt. You had a lot of great heavyweights that were mixing it up then. Whether that's Frazier, Ali, I mean, you name it. A lot of good heavyweights, even some of the guys who didn't necessarily get to that world title status or may have won one of the belts, just had a number of people who were in the mix there who were top tier during that era. That's one of the best eras of heavyweights. You get that all the time when people thinking about it. The Boz, Kaplan fought Canzoneri, I believe. Did he fight Canzoneri? I can't remember if he fought Canzoneri, but trust me, he does have a very solid resume. He fought Jimmy McLaren for sure. Let me see. Louis Kaplan. I don't think he fought Canzoneri, but I could be wrong there because I feel like I would have mentioned Canzoneri. Louis Kid Kaplan. But certainly he had one of the toughest resumes in boxing history, without a doubt. There, Boz, one of the toughest resumes in boxing history. And that's the thing, actually just thinking about Louis Kid Kaplan, he was a former world featherweight champion, as mentioned, just thinking about him and just the lower weights in general, man, I tell you what, there's so much competition out there in the lower weights that it's almost not even believable. There is so much competition, so much so that not everyone is going to get their due. Not everyone can get their due. But if you dig through Kaplan's resume, you'll just see a number of fighters that will end up popping up, and you'll just be like, okay, I've heard of this name. I've heard of this guy. Joe Glick, Billy Patrol. You'll just hear these crazy names. I told you, Battling Battalino, Steve Kid Sullivan. I mean, the lower weights just had some tough fighters, and the competition was very rich in the 1920s. And this is an understatement, me saying this. I'm telling you, this is an understatement. The 1920s for like featherweight and some of those lower weights right then and there, or right around featherweight, man, some of the richest competition in boxing history. I think you just have to look through it. And that's one of the things you'll find out for sure in looking at the career of Kid Kaplan. You'll find out the fact that resume-wise, man, he was in there with the who's who of the sport. I mentioned those. I mentioned Jimmy McLaren. He was in there with Jimmy McLaren. As a matter of fact, when he and Jimmy McLaren fought, he actually dropped McLaren in the first 2 rounds. And this was Kaplan, who had moved up to lightweight. And it was because he could no longer make 126. So actually, when he won the world title, he ended up vacating the featherweight title eventually because of the weight issue. He just couldn't make it. Sometimes it gets like that. You can't make it. But he didn't shy away from moving up, and he had to step right back in there with some tough competition. I just mentioned McLaren. I mean, it's crazy. So those guys in those lower weights around that time, I mean, I can't even speak to it in full totality, just how much competition was out there. Some of the individuals I even ran across just digging through the career of Kaplan, for instance, just in making his video, I ran across so many names that were new to me. And then you look through their resume and you're just like, yeah, wow. You're like, how do I not know this guy? How do I not know him? So some of the stuff like today, when you look at it from a resume perspective, pales in comparison. You had guys back then, they just could not win a title. It was just too much competition for them. Too much competition, not enough belts. Today we have enough belts. Don't necessarily always have the right amount of competition fighting for those belts, or the top competition fighting for those belts. But back then, too much competition, not enough belts. So the 4-belt era would have been a benefit back then compared to now. Just thinking about the amount of competition that never won a world title is pretty insane. Salute to the Dark Man in the building, says hello, folks. I hope everyone is doing the best indeed, Dark Man. Wish the same for you. Appreciate you being here, Dark Man, without a doubt. Hopefully you're still looking for some grab video. Definitely want to try and stay on that and keep that in the mix there. So, but it's good to go. Dark Man said, so in which age did Kid Kaplan rule the featherweight division? Basically 1920s. He's a fighter of the 1920s. He fought into the 30s as well. But that being said, 1920s is when he got his shine. Now, he ended up picking up the title after it was vacated by a man by the name of Johnny Dundee. This is a fighter with an insane amount of fights. I know he has probably like 200 and something wins or something of that nature. May have had 300 and something fights. Johnny Dundee. I know the boxing librarian talks about him all the time, and he has him in his top 10 all-time fighters. So that's how Kaplan came across the title. After it was vacated by Dundee, then he swooped in there, picked it up, and defended it, and was running through some pretty top-level competition, as a matter of fact, to hold on to that title. And as I was mentioning, Dark Man, I don't know if you heard it, but he ended up vacating the title as opposed to losing it. The 126 became too much of a weight for him, or too much for him to actually continue to make the 126 pound weight. So he ended up vacating the title. Now Kaplan had turned pro in 1918. 1918. That's when he turned pro. Well, he had a little bit of amateur experience, as a matter of fact. He had a little bit of amateur experience. That's something that's always mentioned. But that being said, it wasn't a ton. But yeah, 1920s is when he was at his best. The mid 1920s is probably peak Kid Kaplan. Flat Boxer says, I think the Langford, Johnson, Jeanette, McVeigh, Wills, Clark era is one of the best heavyweight eras, without a doubt. That is, gets slept on, as a matter of fact. These guys were fighting each other over and over, sometimes to a fault. It's just like, my goodness, you're fighting him again, especially Wills and Langford. Then you think about like the McVeigh rivalry, some of those individuals that he was fighting, like he fought Clark an insane amount of times, etc. It's almost like, my goodness, is there not anyone else out there available? But the best had to fight the best when you weren't getting those title shots. And for those guys, that's how they had to make their money. They had to fight each other over and over again, because these were the best in the world. They just didn't have the world title tied to any of those contests, which is unfortunate, but hey, that's the way it is. I do recognize the colored titles. So the colored world heavyweight title, which I've mentioned it before, it's almost like the Negro leagues. They had their own championships, etc. But still, you had some of the best baseball players in the world that were playing in a different league than the MLB. So therefore, it was a similar situation with some of these boxers. They weren't getting the world heavyweight title shot, but that being said, they did fight for the colored world heavyweight titles, etc., some others as well during that period. So therefore, it's certainly something recognizable, but that is an absolute epic era right there. You think about the 1910s, the early 1910s, late 1900s, early 1910s, early to mid 1910s. That's when you just see these guys are putting in some crazy work right there. Some amazing feats, of course. We've covered and talked about some of these. There's some videos on some of them. We have to do a Jeanette video. Right now, don't have a Jeanette video, but that's something that is going to come. He had a pretty pretty impressive career. A lot of fights too. A lot of fights. Anytime you're over 100, it's going to be a lot to cover. But that's impressive era right there, without a doubt. Flack, I know you know. Rodolfo says, I've seen Smooth Legend. He does a great job of making the old footage seem more natural and less choppy. Yes, indeed. It's cool to watch it that way. Now, I watch it any kind of way. Like a number of the things, I've watched them regardless, even if they look choppy and at a speed that isn't really fully digestible. I've still watched them, but certainly it helps to smooth things out when, no pun intended, Smooth Legends goes in there and does his edits. So I appreciate that without a doubt. I appreciate that because I know it takes some time to go in there and do those edits. And it is pretty cool to have them. I've used some of the footage, as a matter of fact, myself in some of the videos. Give him his credit. I give Smooth Legends his credit when I do use it. I've used some because it just looks better for the viewing audience. I know he continually does them, so I'd imagine more and more will continue to pop up for some of the old fights that haven't been done yet. Flat Boxing, Coco Kid, Mandel, McLaren. Just think about that, folks. Coco Kid, Sammy Mandel, Jimmy McLaren, others that Kid Kaplan fought. Kid Kaplan fought these guys. As a matter of fact, he beat Sammy Mandel. I know we've talked about Sammy Mandel a few times on here. Someone I need to dive more into his career. But Sammy Mandel is someone that he actually has a win over. I told you he dropped McLaren twice, but then he ended up getting stopped by McLaren. With that being said, from the accounts, it was a very good fight, an action fight right there. And we know how good Jimmy McLaren is. And as a matter of fact, his final fight was a man that some regard as the greatest fighter from the famed Black Murderers Row, Herbert Lewis Hardwick, a.k.a. Coco Kid. Coco Kid. So that's who Kaplan finished his career with, as a matter of fact. Now, he lost. It was pretty much a full washing by Coco Kid. So I wouldn't say it was super competitive, but that being said, Coco Kid is who he's up in there against. But Kaplan knew at that time, so he retired after that fight 10 days later, as a matter of fact, because he knew at that time, oh, yeah, I'm no longer that guy, and it's better to get out when you know it's that time than to stick in there and hang around and take more of a beating than you probably should, because I think Coco Kid was like 23 or something at the time that they fought, and Kaplan was already, he'd already fought like 160 something fights, I believe it is. And yeah, it's just like, nah, he's like, nope. And Coco Kid is bigger, of course. So, but that just shows you the level of competition that Kid Kaplan was in against, which is why, man, you'd think this guy would be known more. So he's Ukrainian, as a matter of fact. He was born in Ukraine. Now, was occupied by Russia at the time, but he was born in Ukraine, Kyiv, Ukraine. I think I'm saying it right. Kyiv. It's the capital now, or what is the capital of Ukraine. So he was born there. Matter of fact, what year? I need to check. So 1902, October 15th, 1902, in Kyiv, Ukraine. So he ended up moving to the United States. He stood 5'2" with a 62.5-inch reach. And he fought from 1918 to 1933, as mentioned. His final fight, of course, being against Herbert Lewis Hardwick, a.k.a. Coco Kid. And that's a very tough fighter. You have to understand and know who Coco Kid is. If you don't know who he is, certainly look him up. Because you'll have a greater appreciation for the fact that Kaplan, this was the final fight of his career, was against Coco Kid. That's pretty insane if you think about that. Then Australia era was possibly the greatest heavyweight era. Peter Jackson, Paddy Slavin, Goddard, Harry Lang, Mick Dooley, Bob Fitzsimmons. Certainly, that's pretty tough right there. Yeah, there was a point where Australian heavyweight boxing, or at least participating and fighting down there in Australia, you had to do it because that's where all the top competition was fighting, especially in the late 1800s. I would say mid to late 1800s, certainly late 1800s, Australia, that's the place to be for heavyweights, especially if you were a fighter who weren't getting your fair shake in some other areas. Go down to Australia, and hey, the competition will be there. You want to see what you are made of? Go down to Australia. You had guys who were willing to fight any and everyone, and they produced a lot of solid top tier heavyweights during that era or during that period. And the Australian heavyweight title, it had a lot of juice behind it. It had as much juice as the world heavyweight title, especially considering we know that there were points where the world heavyweight title wasn't being properly defended against all comers, but the Australian heavyweight title certainly held some weight. It certainly held some weight. So you make a good point there, Dan. All of those guys right there, tough, rugged fighters without a doubt. Bob Fitzsimmons, just think about that. Mick Dooley. Yeah, I found out about Mick Dooley. I don't know a ton about Dooley, former Australian heavyweight champion, of course, but Mick Dooley, solid guy. He doesn't have a major name, but certainly, excuse me, one of those great or one of those top level competitors in the heavyweight division repping Australia. Good stuff, Dan. You make a great point right there. No, Canzoneri fought Jackie Berg and Sammy Mandel, but not Kaplan. Yes. So, yeah, he didn't compete with Kaplan. That would have been a pretty good fight, I'm pretty sure, and might have been filmed as well. I say it would have been a good fight because I think it would have been an action fight, just given Canzoneri's style and Kaplan being one of these scrappy fighters who, when I say scrappy, I mean he's one of those guys who wasn't afraid to mix it up and exchange. He would do work on the inside, so that was one of his things right there. So imagine Canzoneri and Kaplan. That would have been a hell of a fight right there. Matter of fact, check out the Boxing Librarian. His channel is Hardline Boxing Talk. He just did a 2-video series, each of them about an hour, on Canzoneri and his career. And you'll see that by the time Canzoneri was 19 years old, he had already compiled a resume that trumps the majority of boxers in history by the time he was 19. Think about that. And this was like 3 years in. He started at 16, I believe. So just think about that. I'm not just making it up. Oh, yeah. Fight boxing. Jackie Fields and Billy Patrol as well. Right, without a doubt. World champion there in Jackie Fields. Billy Patrol, someone who could have won a world championship, but so much competition. Told you that competition in that era was just insane. Billy Patrol, I know he fought Canzoneri, and that was one of the reasons he couldn't win a world title. Also, I guess you could say Kaplan was thrown in that mix as well. Kaplan was able to get a world title. Billy Patrol had to go up against him, and Kaplan, hey, he handled him. Kaplan handled Billy Patrol. So that shows you Kaplan, hey, he was no slouch, without a doubt. It's crazy because his name is fairly obscure. As I told you, I did the video. I think even now it's sitting at like under 200 views or something like that. So still a lot of people don't know about him. Yep. Excuse me. Wow, let me drink some water. Or something. But yeah, 171 views. So this was 6 months ago. I see the name Kid Kaplan, then I think to myself, okay, yeah, this was a fighter right here. But a lot of people don't know him. So he's a Jewish fighter born in Ukraine, as mentioned. And then he moved here to the United States. They moved in 1912. Interestingly enough, he was on the RMS Adriatic. I mentioned this in the video as well. And I had to look at the video again before I did this live. Just I wanted to refamiliarize myself with the greatness of Kid Kaplan. But they came over on the RMS Adriatic, which if you know or if you are fans of the Titanic, then that was the ship that picked up some Titanic passengers or survivors, I guess you can say, when that actually took place, when the Titanic sunk that time. So, excuse me, it was 1912 actually when Kaplan and his family, they immigrated to the U.S. and they settled in Connecticut. Connecticut, low-key, has some pretty solid boxers, if you look at the history of it, that have come out of there. Connecticut, of all places. Kid Kaplan, representing Meriden, Connecticut. We know Willie Pep is from there. He's one of the greats all time. So, Connecticut, baby, they had some fighters. Shout out to Boxing Beta's Fight Showcases. Salute to you, Boxing Beta. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate that edit. Thank you. That was super dope. Just seeing the edit you made. Hey, put in quick work right there. So appreciate your boxing beta. I love seeing you dropping by the comments, sharing insight, all that good stuff. I love it, without a doubt. Keep it coming, my friend. Boxing beta, the showing love. Dan, this Kaplan, wow, awesome. Fought everyone and beat most in the great era. Yeah, that's the thing. He's man, you know, we say underrated a lot, and truly there are a lot of boxers underrated. There are levels to underrated boxers, I guess you can say. This guy is underrated, and not because, and I think it's just primarily because not a lot of people know of him, and it's insane. It's, you know, even to this day, sometimes some of the lower weight fighters suffer a similar fate where they're putting in a lot of work against the best competition, but it's not as appealing or doesn't have that same marquee effect and value as some of the higher divisions, especially thinking about welterweight and up, or even middleweight and up. Right now, of course, welterweight and up, and probably for the last 50 years or so, certainly welterweight and up. You see a lot of top level fighters, but I guess just going back in general. But as you go down, yeah, we've had a number of greats, but certainly sometimes it can be pretty obscure for some of these great lower weight fighters who have to go against a ton of competition to be able to get to where they are, and especially to get to those world titles, let alone, but not even just get to them, but hold on to them. That can also be a challenge as well, holding on to a world title in some of those lower divisions, especially back then at the pace that they were fighting. You know, they were fighting multiple times a month. So for some, multiple times a week. So it's pretty crazy. But Kaplan, man, under the radar guy right there who, if you look at his resume, that's what I say, the resume, the numbers never lie. Look at his resume, see who he fought, and it'll tell the story in itself. The story will tell itself. I don't need to say it. All you have to do is look at his resume, and you can start to piece together a story of your own. And that's without me even saying anything. That's just the level of resume that this guy had. Man, it's probably that Greb was on film on the fighting camp of Dipsy against Tunney. There are two smaller guys in the film, maybe the same. They fought as people of that year described Greb. Interesting. Got to check that out, Dark Man. Got to check that out. Share that link right there. Share that link. I don't know if I've seen different training footage. I don't know if I've seen that one specifically, but certainly would want to know. And the place that is shown later in the film, it looks a lot like the one pic of the newspaper that showed the sparring fight between Dipsy and Greb at closed doors. Oh yeah. Share the link to that, Dark Man. I want to find out. I hope you saw my comment on that other one. Yeah, that it was Tommy Loughran up in there mixing it up with Mickey Walker. But no, that's cool though. Flat boxing, that span from 1910 to 1939 was just absolutely perfect. Yeah, you had the best fighting the best right there. Especially in some of those lower weights, you just had the best fighting the best. Of course, you had the occasional, I guess, avoidances in some sense. But that being said, overwhelmingly, it was just a rich era. And this was for guys who were fighting for the title and those that weren't. Just to even get to that title, you had to go through a ton of competition, which is generally the case, but there's certainly levels to it. And thinking about those time frames, that's definitely a level. There's definitely a level above some of the other ones that we can think about in history. The bio says, I think McLaren might have fought Kaplan before he became a welter. Okay, yeah, I believe that's the case there, Bob. I think it was lightweight when he fought Kaplan. This was after Kaplan had vacated the 126-pound title. Matter of fact, let me look. I have it in my notes. Matter of fact, when did they fight? Or I have it in my script from the video. McLaren. Yep, 1927. So, yep. They fought in Chicago, actually. I was talking about Chicago earlier. So, it was Chicago, October 18, 1927. So, yep, he was fighting at lightweight at that particular time because I think it was 26 in which Kaplan dropped the featherweight title. Again, if you didn't hear it yet, Kid Kaplan, former world featherweight champion, we're discussing. And he did drop the featherweight title voluntarily. He vacated it because of making the weight, and he moved up. He may have made like 5 defenses or something like that. I can't even remember to be exact at this moment. But that being said, he took on the great babyface assassin, the Belfast Spider, Jimmy McLaren. We know he's one of the great welterweights of all time, but just one of the great fighters in general of all time. And think about that. Featherweight Kaplan moved up to lightweight, took on Jimmy McLaren. He was one of the many opponents he took on. Yep. Now, the Boz mentioned, born in Kyiv, Ukraine. Kyiv. So we know Ukraine's been in the history or in the news, certainly. Then, beat Joe Glick. That's a fighter right there who's well-traveled. Mentioned that in the video. Was in with some of everyone. I don't think he won a world title. There are so many great fighters that didn't win a world title. Just there was too much competition, like I said, and not enough belts. Just think about that. Joe Glick is one of those. I feel like did Glick have a brother? Who was the other Glick that I'm thinking of too? Joe Glick, boxer. He had a brother, right? Or am I thinking wrong? Maybe cousin? Or maybe I'm just only thinking of Joe Glick. I feel like there was another Glick that was a good fighting Glick, but maybe I'm wrong in that regard. Anyone knows if there's any other fighting Glick that was good? Darkman says, I saw Kaplan in boxing, and I saw he fought another boxer called Pancho Villa. I thought for a moment that it was the same Pancho Villa that knocked out Jimmy Wild, but it's another guy. Yeah. That Pancho Villa, that's one of the namesakes that many took on, in the aftermath of, one great boxer, of course. And then, of course, thinking about Pancho Villa, the Mexican, I don't know what you would call him, desperado, maybe. I don't know, but just thinking about that. But certainly, there are a number of them out there. There are a number of Joe Gans out there. I was talking about that. It's pretty crazy. But, definitely not that Villa. Now, that Pancho Villa was a hell of a fighter right there. Died young, similarly to Tiger Flowers and Harry Greb, where he was getting an operation and the anesthesia, he had to get go through the anesthesia process, and died from the complications. So surgery was a risky proposition back then, and it still is today, but we're in a better place today, technologically speaking, than they were back then. So Pancho Villa, and he had racked up a number of wins. He was already flyweight champion by the time he or prior to him dying. I think he was 23 when he died. So that tells you something right there. Hell of a fighter. Philippines, the first flyweight champion from the Philippines, right there. Pancho Villa. Let me see here. I'm looking at more comments. Kaplan was only 5'2". Yep, only 5'2". That's pretty crazy. Johnny Jadic was born in Ukraine. Yes, that's cool. Okay, Johnny Jadic. Yeah, that's what's up right there. So, that's someone else that Kaplan fought. Johnny Jadic, former world champion right there, right? He won one of the world titles. I can't remember if it's featherweight or maybe lightweight. But certainly, Johnny Jadic. That's good stuff right there. That's another fighter on Kaplan's resume who a lot of people don't know about him. I don't know a ton about Johnny Jadic myself, other than him fighting a ton of competition. Someone I would have to dive into a bit more myself, but very good fighter right there. This is one of the videos, like the video I have on the channel of him, or of Kaplan. Of course, I include the star ratings, but, he rates highly. If you just look at it across history, you have a lot of these guys who could fight in any era, and Jadic would be one of those. A lot of fights, a lot of competition. Jadic, real name Jadic. Good stuff there, Bob. Showing, hey, keeping us on point with the names for sure. I especially appreciate it, need it. Dan says McLennan was so great, lived to 96, less than 2 months before turning 97. Yeah, that's insane. Jimmy freaking McLaren lived to 96. Yeah, I didn't know he lived to 96. That's insane right there, Dan. Good stuff. Thanks for sharing. See, always continually sharing great nuggets on the channel. We were thinking about boxing history, so appreciate you there, Dan, sharing such. That is pretty darn dope. Pretty darn dope. Pancho Villa was a flyweight, and he died in 1925, I think, or 1924. The other Pancho Villa was the welterweight who fought just about everybody as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know that Pancho Villa right there, flag boxing. I know there's a lot of Pancho Villas out there, though, for sure, as you allude to right there. An insane amount of them. But yeah, the other one, the featherweight Pancho Villa, is the more famous of the, or the flyweight Pancho Villa is the more famous of the fighting Pancho Villas out there. But there are a number of them, as mentioned. A number of them. Anytime, Dark Man. Hey, willing to share? Hey, we all have these conversations, discussion anytime. Whenever people put Jimmy Wild in their top 10, it's specifically only because of his 137-4 record. Well, yeah, Jimmy Wild, I think he's my top Welsh fighter. And I know they had Freddie Welsh. You had some others who could be considered worthy of the billing, but certainly I like Jimmy Wild. And I feel you're right there, Flat. Yeah, you can look at the record, and yeah, it does have an appeal to it, but I have a fondness for Jimmy Wild. There's a video on the channel, as you probably could suspect, where we took a look at Jimmy Wild's career. And this is a guy who had a reported 800 fights. He could have had anywhere around there. This guy, Jimmy Wild, being a smaller fighter, he's really a below minimum weight fighter, and he routinely came in underweight, or at least with his opponents having a much higher weight advantage than him. He was just a very small guy, and he had the pop to back it, though. He had 100 knockouts. I think it was a 100 even, if I'm not mistaken. So Jimmy Wild, big-time puncher, my favorite Welsh fighter right there, flat boxing. I rate him highly for sure, and that's just based on knowing what he was able to do, the amount of times he fought, the amount of undocumented fights that he participated in, and the way and what he was able to accomplish, and of course becoming world champion. So I hold him in high regard, not just because of his record, because he could have had many more losses, etc., thrown in the mix, but just knowing that we have some footage of him and all that stuff, but I think he was legit. He was legit. He was a legit fighter, and that was his trade by day and night. Got you there, Flat. Then there's one film out, McLaren beating the crap out of some all-time great, and then at Final Bell, McLaren does a backflip. Awesome. I don't know if I've seen him do that backflip right there. Jimmy McLaren, athletic too then, huh? So athletic. That is pretty cool. Need to check that out. Salute to Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and More drops by. Salute to you, Bruce. Appreciate you dropping by, brother. Any and every time. Hey, everyone, go check out Bruce Gas. If you haven't, give him a like and subscribe. Hey, give us a like. But check out Bruce Gas. Give him a like and subscribe. Very good stuff coming there from Bruce. Always great. Always sharing knowledge. Talk about the heavyweights of the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that stuff. Hey, Bruce, that's the man. He's the man to go to right there. I told you, I look at a lot of stuff from way back there. And, hey, I'm learning stuff all the time. Bruce, that's the man right there. He was in the mix. Bruce was, the Beer Miller say, living the high life? Hey, Bruce was on it. Bruce was the man back there, rolling top down, chrome spinning, all that good stuff. Appreciate you, Bruce. Go check him out, folks. Very entertaining right there. I'm going to come check you out, Bruce. Appreciate you. I saw you on Skywalker Boxing channel. So salute to Skywalker the other night as well. So salute to you, Bruce. Appreciate you, my friend. What else? Dan, Battling Battlino, Connecticut too. Jack Sharkey too. Okay, awesome. I didn't know Battling Battlino was Connecticut. Okay, that's good stuff. Hey, Connecticut was putting on some fights. They were putting on some fights. And yeah, that's mentioned in the video. And that's one of the things about Kaplan. He fought a lot in Connecticut as well. So he didn't stray too far once he became champion and all that stuff. He continued to show love. As a champion, defending and fighting in your hometown, that's like a rite of passage right there. That's like a rite of passage. So I always appreciate that without a doubt. You got to get out there and show some love. And these are the people that were backing you and with you from the early parts of it. So if you win a world championship, you got to show some love to the hometown. You got to fight in the hometown, especially if you defend the title there. You got to do it at least once. Sometimes, it may take a while, but you got to go back to the hometown to show some love if you're going to be defending that world title, or at least the home state. Maybe the town in itself, especially from a small town, isn't necessarily capable of hosting it to that degree. But that being said, you got to show some love to the state, without a doubt. Flat Boxer says Kaplan was outpointing Mandel and Patrol late in his career. Yeah, that speaks volumes right there, Flat. Sammy Mandel, former lightweight champion. Billy Patrol, close to winning a championship on. I know he fought Canzoneri, and he had the potential. Couldn't get past Canzoneri. So that tells you something. Yeah, this was Kaplan. He fought them after he had made that move to lightweight a little bit later in his career. And Kaplan was still very game. Like I mentioned, when he did ultimately retire, I don't think it was because of just overall wear and tear, in the sense that he had taken a lot of damage and punishment. It seemed to be that, you at some point reach a point where, hey, these guys are, it's a young man's sport, and to a certain degree, it can be a young man's sport. There are certain metrics you have to meet if you intend to be one of those fighters that continues to compete at an older age when you're a little bit back from your prime. It doesn't quite always work out for guys who are brawlers. That's why they're usually out there a bit early, because they've taken a lot of damage. And then, especially as you get up there in age, the finesse, you start to rely on it a bit more. And if you're a brawler and you never quite develop some of those fundamental skills, some of those things that you just need to have in order to be at least formidable in competition, then it can be tough, because you eventually wear down from taking all those shots, so on and so forth. We have too many examples to name, and I think Kaplan, he stepped out of there at the right time. I noticed that Darkman says, I noticed everyone with the nickname of Battling are very good fighters. Certainly. Those are tough, scrappy fighters as well. Battlino, very good fighter right there. Former world champion, as mentioned, world featherweight champion. He was one of those scrappy fighters. He could box as well. But certainly other battlings. You have some famous battlings. I made a little short on a battling Bozo. I found out about him not too long ago, but he fought in the era of tough light heavyweights. He wasn't a champion. Fought in the era with Maxie Rosenblum, etc. Now, there's also Battling Nelson. He's a famous one. He's Dutch, I believe. I believe Nelson is from Norway. He's from Norway or something like that. He's from one of the countries, one of the Nordic countries, I believe. But that being said, Battling Nelson, we know him famously from the Joe Gans rivalry. And, of course, we have some footage of him and Joe Gans battling it out in Nevada, I believe it was. There's actually a good little short, I want to say it's around 30-minute documentary type video that was done of this individual who traveled out there to the marker where the fight took place and was sharing some different facts and things. I seen it a number of years back. I'll have to find it again. And post it. But very historic without a doubt. But a lot of battlings. We're littered with battlings. You go search on BoxRec, just put in battling, and I couldn't even tell you how many are going to pop up, but I know it's going to be a ton. Please, no more grab Dempsey Tunney stuff. I feel you that vibes. I know it was great, but people that rank him don't know what made Wild great. They see his record and rank him top 10s. He's arguably a top 5 puncher ever, but his record is not why he's great. Certainly, I feel where you're coming from right there, Black Boxing. Without a doubt, you have to read between the layers. As I mentioned, he could punch. He was a hell of a puncher, without a doubt. There have been some bigger punchers, but me just knowing what he was giving up in a number of those fights against the competition that he was fighting, and as mentioned, some of the stuff that we know is undocumented, just in conditions of the time and all of that stuff, I give Jimmy Wild his proper regard and praises. Yeah, because a lot of that stuff, of course, a lot of competition he fought, like in between some of the top level competition that he did face. Yeah, there were a lot of competition that would be nothing to write home about, without a doubt. So I feel you right there, flat boxing. That is a very good point. I think you make there. Yeah, some people might look at records. Records don't tell the story all the time, because there are some boxers out there with some pretty solid records, but they don't necessarily have the resume that would compete or match up to someone who doesn't have a more appealing record in terms of a more shinier record that maybe has a 0 or only a few amount of losses or something of that nature. So you do make a very compelling and good point right there, flag boxing. No, y'all good, Bart, man. The great grab, we got to show some love. Ghost with a Hammer, awesome fighting alias. That is pretty dope right there. Salute to Boz. Shout out to Kaplan in Ukraine. Sent some knock over Boz. Hey, you are appreciated, my buddy. I appreciate you there, Boz. Boz holding it down. Sent you super chat. Super chat. I wish I had a sound effect type situation. There is a way to do it virtually. I just need to set up some stuff that I have to get more versed on, at least to do it the right way, do it the proper way, make it worthwhile. But certainly, I appreciate you there, Boz. Salute to you. Salute to you, my brother. Holding it down. Again, Boxing Chick coming down, or is coming on again on Sunday. Boxing Chick. Be sure to check us out. Slick Glick. Slick Glick. That's a pretty good name right there. It's a pretty good name. Dan, not Sharky. He was born in Binghamton, New York. Which Sharky? Is that matter of fact, Jack Sharky, right? He's Lithuanian. Wasn't he born in Lithuania? Could I be wrong with that? Could I be wrong about that? Was Jack Sharky born in Lithuania? Or of Lithuanian descent for sure, but wasn't he born there? I believe he was born there, if I'm not mistaken. I was watching, when I was on a plane, talking about the Chicago trip, I was watching Emmanuel Stanionis versus Raja Butayev. I was going to say Buatev, but Raza Butayev, who's from Russia, from that Dagestan area, and then of course Stanionis from Lithuania. And I know they were saying that Stanionis, who ultimately won that fight, very good fight. If you haven't seen it, check it out. They were saying that Stanionis was the first ever Lithuanian world champion. But I was thinking to myself, isn't Jack Sharky from Lithuania, former world heavyweight champion? I want to say that is the case. So, and if that is the case, they were wrong on there talking about first ever world champion. You can't miss the likes of a former world heavyweight champion, the marquee division, of course. But hey, you never know. Flack Boxing says Binghamton's like an hour from me. Salute to you, Flack, holding it down in NY, New York. Good stuff right there. Binghamton. Haven't been there, but Battalino, Battaglia, real name, great. A lot of Italian fighters out of Connecticut. Good stuff right there. Good stuff right there, Dan, without a doubt. Yeah, I mentioned to you, or at least I mentioned in one of the streams, that they are working on a Willie Pep movie. That should be good. They are working on a Willie Pep movie. I'm interested in seeing how it goes down. Hopefully it's closer to being made. I think they still do stuff like shopping things around and all that stuff. Supposedly they're working on the Jack Johnson movie too. That one, I don't really know what has come off or if anything has hit the ground running in that regard. But I do know they've done some filming already. And at this point, I would think they're probably complete with the Willie Pep movie. Because as I was mentioning, I have a fellow referee. He gave me some good info before I was starting out. And I saw him in a picture there with the Willie Pep looking actor. Matter of fact, let me find that. I had mentioned sharing that before. Let me find Joe. I'm going to show you. Let me find Joe because they have and I'm going to find that picture. I'm going to show you. I know we're talking about Kid Kaplan, Luis Kid Kaplan, but we also mentioned some We also mentioned some Connecticut fighters, and Luis Kid Kaplan representing Connecticut held it down in Connecticut. A lot of good boxing taking place in Connecticut. So I want to show some love, without a doubt. Big fan of Willie Pep in terms of just seeing some of his old interviews and everything. Willie Pep just looked like a genuinely nice man. My guy Joe Casano said that Willie Pep was very nice because he's from Connecticut as well. I met and chatted with and was friends with Willie Pep and had nothing but good things to say from him. But I figured that was the case just from seeing Willie Pep interviews there when he was discussing varying things at an older age and all. So Willie Pep was definitely one of those fighters who just seems like he was a down-to-earth, just good guy. I'm going to find that picture of Willie Pep, at least the movie or whatever, so I can show you what's up. I could show you what's up, but they're going to be making a Pep movie. I'm going to have to find that. Digging through some photos. Oh, yeah, here we go. Matter of fact, let me show you. I found it. Let me share my screen real quick. I have to share because I want to show you my man Joe. Here we go. Look at that. There he goes filming with Pep. Hey, don't you think they did a pretty decent job of finding a Pep guy? I think everyone can see this now, right? So this is the Pep fighter they found. Let me make this a little bit bigger. So this was filming, and seemingly not a bad job, right? In terms of filling the role, finding someone who looked a little bit like Pep, right? That's not too bad. That's not too bad, right? So there's gonna be a Willie Pep movie. So this was during the filming. So my man Joe came out of retirement to actually act as referee in there in one of the scenes, or maybe multiple scenes. But that being said, this was the person that they cast as Willie Pep, and I thought they did a pretty decent job. He kind of looks like Willie Pep, if you think about it. Of course, you can always find someone who's 100% spot on. So he's not 100% spot on, but pretty good casting in terms of getting someone who looks close to him at the very least. So I wanted to show some love there. So this picture was from 2021. So then, of course, the pandemic could have slowed some things down as well. So that may be why, it hasn't, come full circle as of yet. But that being said, we do know that there is a Willie Pep movie that is going to come at some point. Hopefully it continues in, it's something that we are treated to. But I wanted to show you all that because while it was on my mind, because I had mentioned sharing it before, but that would be a pretty cool one right there, to have a movie of him, a movie of the legend that is Willie Pep representing Connecticut. Jadic was a Philly fighter, born and raised, I think. Okay, cool. Johnny Jadic, yeah, we talked about how great those Philly fighters were there then. So many of them. Jimmy Wild did have a slick name, certainly. I know him as the Mighty Atom. I love that. The Mighty Atom. Jimmy Wild. Mighty Atom indeed. Atom, such a small something that is powerfully packed. The Mighty Atom. Jimmy Wild really fought about 800 fights. Indeed, there, Dan. He would fight at like circus events, of course, back door, back room, back bar, basement stuff. It just went down. So much action that went down, without a doubt. Big KO for a little man, indeed. Big time puncher right there, given his size. And like I said, if you dive through his resume, at least where it was recorded in terms of the weights and things of that nature from the fight, you'll see that he was oftentimes giving up weight that would have been the equivalent of at least two divisions, especially in this era where we have all of these higher weights. And in some weights, of course, you could traverse three divisions. I remember one fight he fought someone, Jimmy Wow. He came in at 90 pounds, and this person was, I believe it was like 112 pounds, or 111 or 112 pounds. One of the two for sure. And Jimmy Wiles was 90 pounds. So he was a sub 100 fighting a guy who was 112. That's insane right there. That's why Wiles' first time came to Tennessee Lee, had too much weight advantage. Yes, indeed. I did a video about that as well. It's a shorts video. It's on the channel there, Boz. That's a good point. But yeah, Wiles was always giving up weight when you boil it down. Yep. You avenge that loss. Only weighed around 100 pounds and packed 1,000 pounds of dynamite. Without a doubt there, Flack. Without a doubt. I mean, big time right there. So Jimmy could do his thing and fought a lot of fights. So he had the experience to back it. Then Welsh fighters also Tommy Farr, Freddie Welsh, Calzaghe. Oh, yeah. Joe Calzaghe. I know many people hold him in high regards as well. Retired undefeated. Wasn't he like 48-0 or something like that? 49-0, somewhere in there, right? But Joe Calzaghe, super middleweight champion of the world, light heavyweight champion of the world. I believe he's light heavyweight champion of the world, right? I think I'm not mistaken, or I could be mistaken, but certainly super middleweight, he did his thing. Freddie Welsh. I know many people hold Freddie Welsh in very high regard. Percy Jones. Don't know if I know Percy Jones there, Bob. Remind me of Percy Jones. Whenever I saw Kaplan's name, I always assumed he was Italian for some reason. Yeah, you can certainly think so. Certainly. Kaplan. Luis Kaplan. Could be Kaplan. But yeah, Ukrainian fighter, interestingly enough. Kid Kaplan battling Levinsky. So Denmark. Okay, there you go right there. Dan, I'm pretty sure you're talking about battling Nelson, right? Denmark, that's where he's from. I knew it was something similar. Yeah, Danish. I said Dutch, so Danish. Good to go. Thanks, sir. Boz, battling Nelson, Danish fighter right there, holding it down. Good stuff. Yep, the durable Dane. That is right, Dan. That sparks a memory right there. The durable Dane, one of his nicknames. Yep. Good stuff, Boz. Yeah, Boz and Dan going back and forth, dropping off different names and all that stuff. Oscar Matthias Nielsen. Nielsen is also that ratings recorder, like TV ratings. There's a Nielsen company or whatever. Salute to you, Boz. Salute to you. Hey, anytime. Salute to Boz. Appreciate the super chat, my friend. Certainly. Tom Sharkey was born in Ireland. Indeed, he was. Tom Sharkey was born in Dundalk, Ireland. Tough guy right there. Super tough. Sharkey was a Lithuanian descent. Jack Sharkey. Yes, indeed. Jack born in Binghamton. Okay. Binghamton. The H are silent in Binghamton. Oh, so it's Binghamton. Okay. The A silent too. So Binghamton. Silent. Can we start a petition to get rid of silent letters? Why would you have a silent letter in anything? Ghetto City. Okay. Binghamton. Bingtown. That's what we're gonna call it. Connect with Connecticut. Pazienza. Yeah, the Paz man. Vinny Paz. Oh yeah, he from Rhode Island. Oh yeah, Rhode Island, small state. I haven't been there. I've been to pretty much every East Coast state except for Rhode Island and Connecticut. Interesting enough, Connecticut. I need to get out there. The Mohegan Sun is out there. I know they host boxing events there, so I want to get out there. So I haven't been there. Rhode Island, of course. Demetrius Andre is representing Rhode Island now, holding the fort down to a degree, I guess you can say, if we ever get him fighting more expedited schedule. But that being said, the Tasmanian Devil is from Rhode Island himself, Vinny Paz. But good stuff right there. Salute, Vinny Paz. But yeah, I want to get to Rhode Island and Connecticut. I've been up to Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, etc. Pretty much all the East Coast. Just haven't been to freaking those two. Rhode Island, I may have missed it. I may have overlooked it because it's so small. But no, real talk, it'd be cool. It's bad where I live, but Binghamton is the closest you'll get to NYC outside of NYC. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Flack, yeah, I haven't heard of that one. Vinny Paz was a tough man indeed. Yeah, you know what? I still need to see that movie Bleed for this. Just dialing in on the story of what happened in terms of him running or returning from that car accident and everything with a, I guess, broken neck, jacked up back or whatever, probably a multitude of things. And to think he was able to bounce back and still have a successful career thereafter. Insane. But I will say one of my favorite Roy Jones Jr. performances is that win over Vinny Paz. Ooh, that sequence there when he knocked him out or got the stoppage, insane. I mean, that was vintage Roy Jones right there. Vintage. Damn near unstoppable version right there. No doubt. So Paz, Banian Devil, certainly great fighter. Salute to you. Dropping that knowledge. Flack, I tried to watch the movie about Auschwitz boxer and I couldn't get past a 1930s boxer using a super modern guard. Oh, so you're talking about Harry Half there, Flack? I believe that's who you might be talking about. And, yeah, we did a video on him, a little short video in black and white. It was fun to make, but certainly pretty crazy situation. But one of the toughest fighters in history had to fight in those fight to death match. If you're talking about Half, that is. In which I'm thinking you probably are, because the movie was The Survivor. I need to watch it, as a matter of fact. It's insane. I was sitting there making a video about it and promoting it, but I didn't watch the fight or watch the movie. I need to do that. Matter of fact, I may try to do that tonight, now that I think about it, because it's long overdue. Long overdue. But Harry Half fought Rocky Marciano as well, which is, great considering he rose from fighting in these fight to death matches where he participated in 70 plus, at least 70 plus. And then he was able to have a boxing career and made it in there with the Rock. I would say successful considering the circumstances, considering where he came from or what he had to go through to get to that point. So big time. But yeah, I didn't see any of the boxing. I hadn't seen any of the boxing scenes in the trailers and clips that I saw there, Flat. So it'll be interesting to see how it looks and see what it looks like from a technique standpoint in terms of shooting in this modern time here. Yeah, there was all great fights. Things like that make watching boxing movies hard. I feel you. I feel for sure. I really like the Roberto Duran movie. I thought they did a great job with Hands of Stone. I thought they did a great job casting-wise and just putting together the story and making it a pretty compelling movie overall. So I really enjoyed that one. One of my favorites right there in terms of the real one. Of course, you have things like $1 Million Baby, great movie and all that stuff, but thinking about the biopics. But I still have a number of them I haven't seen, though. I haven't seen Raging Bull. I need to see the one on Rocky Graziano. I've mentioned that before. Still haven't freaking seen it yet. Paul Newman. I know, Bodge, you've seen it, I believe, but got to check it out. Salute to Scrapbook Boxing, says Pizza 86 Boxing Talk. Salute to your Scrapbook Boxing. Everyone go give Scrapbook Boxing a like and subscribe. If you want to learn about boxing history, without a doubt, learn about boxing history. You hear it from the man himself, a man who conversated with some of the greats from the time during those periods. Check out Scrapbook Boxing. He can do some things or share some stories that I can't share. He can share some accounts that I can't share, that I don't know about, because he's been around the sport for so long and he has so much information to be shared. So if you are a fan of the history, you should be subscribed to Scrapbook Boxing, who is currently going through the complete history of boxing amongst a number of other projects that he's working. So if you're a fan of history, Scrapbook Boxing, look it up. There's only one Scrapbook Boxing in the mix. So appreciate you being here, Scrapbook. Without a doubt, salute to your Scrap. Always great chatting with you. Greg Hagwin or Hagen. How do you say his name? You said he doesn't get enough mention, right? There, Bob Hagen, I think is what it is. He's what is it? Hagen. He's where the heck is he from? Where is he from? No, you probably said it down here. Is he Irish? I know some people regard him. I think some people regard him as the greatest Irish fighter. I believe, yeah. Let me see. Scrap, all that good stuff. Oh yeah, salute to you, Scrap, for being in the mix. Bye, so true. Okay, Hagen is a Danish name too. How do you say it? Hagen? Am I saying that right? Hagen or Hagen? I know of his name, but I know of him, but I don't know if I'm saying his name right. I'm always butchering some names. Percy Jones was the first Welsh boxer, Welsh world champion, also a flyweight. Okay, Percy Jones. Salute to Boz out there dropping knowledge. Yeah, I don't know Percy. I had to look him up. He's the first Welsh world champion. Also, period. The first Welsh champion in boxing. All right, I had to look up. I had to look up Percy Jones. Percy freaking Jones. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't know him. Oh, Percy. Okay, I see him right here. He fought in born in 1892. Oh no. Well, he died in 1922. Oh, 29. So I take it his career. Oh well, he stopped fighting in 1916. Very interesting. I have to look up more on him there, Bob. Good nugget right there. I got to check him out. Norwegian is Hagen. Is it Hagen or Hagen? What the heck? I should know. Calzaghe was a super middleweight and light heavyweight champion. Okay, cool, Dan. So, yep, he was light heavyweight champion. Jimmy Driscoll, yeah, he was a very good Welsh fighter. He died of tuberculosis. I think it was like 44 or something like that. Jimmy Driscoll, great fighter right there. So, good stuff. Bringing up some of these great. Peerless Jim. Yeah, Peerless Jim Driscoll. It's crazy. It's crazy. Boss thinks off on some lingers. All right. So, flat boxing, was Kaplan ever champion? I'm assuming you know this, Dan. Yeah, Kaplan. Yeah, Louis Kid Kaplan for sure was world featherweight champion. If you're talking about Kaplan, the man of the video, yes, he was world featherweight champion there, flat boxing. He picked up the title after Johnny Dundee vacated it. He fought, I forget who he fought. He fought someone. Let me see. I think I have it here. Let me see. Champion. But Kaplan's greatest rival was for sure Babe Herman. This is underrated fighter. Very underrated fighter. So yeah, Kaplan won the world featherweight title in 1925, January 2nd, against Danny Kramer, another solid, tough fighter with a very good resume who doesn't get mentioned often. There's just too many of these good fighters in some of these lower weight classes that we just need more conversation surrounding them. But Kaplan won to or beat him to pick up the title, and then he was able to defend the title for sure. Excuse me. Half fought Marciano, I believe, but the movie is about Tadeusz Piaseczkowski. Yeah, I know he had a different name, but I don't know if that's him. That must be so they made this person like the subject of it, who I'm guessing was someone who played a intricate role there. I don't recall Harry Half's birth name, but I know it wasn't Harry Half. Good luck with the name. Yeah, I gave it an attempt. Tadeusz Piaseczkowski, something. Wow, it's crazy. Boz, what is that name right there? Tadeusz Piaseczkowski. I'm guessing Piaseczkowski. That's what I'd get out of it. But Boz, you probably know how to pronounce that, right? You have to know. How do you say that? Tadeusz Pietrzykowski. This is always fun trying to pronounce some of the names. It's crazy. But good stuff there, Flack. Good stuff. I feel you. You got to copy and paste that. Yeah, he was champion. I knew that. Yeah, it's Kaplan the champion. I don't know. Okay, good to go. Roland Lastarza. Oh, yeah, another opponent that Harry Half fought. Roland Lastarza, who was undefeated until running into Rocky Marciano, the Italian stallion. But The Rock representing Brockton, Massachusetts. Marvin Hagler's from Brockton, Massachusetts as well. 2 legendary fighters from Brockton, Massachusetts. Who would have thought? Insane, right? Haven't? Yeah, Dan. I know it's a shame. I haven't seen it. It's almost a travesty that I haven't seen it there, Dan. It's almost a travesty, an embarrassment. I haven't seen Raging Bull, Robert De Niro putting on a hell of a performance of the great Jake LaMotta, former world middleweight champion. But I haven't seen it there, Dan. It's insane. I need to get my stuff together. The boss says, I was just saying, how come they cast Newman as Graziano when they didn't look like him? When he didn't look like him at all. Yeah, sometimes they do that. Hey, if you can get top tier actor, sometimes you gotta just go with that and say move past the look. I guess if you can get a top tier actor in there, you can kind of make it happen. Yeah, so it's one of those things, I guess. But surely, I need to see that one. I do need to see that, Bob. I know we talked about it before. Best movie ever made. You will never be the same. All right, Dan. All right. I got to do it. Honey, I forgot the duck. Yeah, classic for sure. Classic. Graziano. Rocky Graziano. Action fighter right there. We love action. He brought it. Oh, Flat, you haven't seen Raging Bull either? What the heck, man? We're in the same camp. You hear that, Dan? Neither of us have. Flat, we have to make a commitment to watch it. I'm going to try to watch it at some point. Within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to watch The Raging Bull. I've been so close at times, even to the point of having it pulled up, and all I had to do was hit play. And I said, you know what? Let me wait. I'm going to watch it on a different day when I'm 100% dialed in and focused. And that continues to linger on. So I'm going to watch it. I've heard nothing but great things about it. And, I don't mind the black and white nature of it because I watch these black and white boxing films, some of them with no sound. I'm sure all of us who are fans of the history, we have to get used to that, watching boxing films with no sounds and commentary. So I need to check out The Raging Bull. Gotta see it, Dan. You're right. Hey, that's a good point. Salute worthy for sure. Gotta see it. Oh, Bob, here we go. Haugen. Haugen. Okay, yeah, Haugen, basically. Not Hagen. Greg Haugen. Got you there, Bob. Now tell us that other dude that Flack mentioned. Pacific Northwest. Norwegian American is Haugen. Okay, who am I thinking of? The Irish guy. It's not Haugen. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I don't know who I'm thinking of then. Flack says I was a kid for that. Washington State. So Haugen is from Washington State. By the way, the movie, the way the movie feels to me is like watching a movie about John L. Sullivan and watching him Philly shell and do other modern shit like that. It totally pulls me out. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, you want to see some straight up brawling with John L. Sullivan. Sometimes the technique going out of the window. Certainly, you want to have that. Bob says Pietrzykowski. Oh, Pietrzykowski. Interesting. All right, so Pietrzykowski. I think I'm getting that right there, Bob. Salute to you for always helping us pronounce the names that we can't. Certainly me, and certainly some others, I guess, as well. Flag Raging Bull was made for you. Watch immediately. It looks like you directed it. Cool. That is funny.
I think that's the right pronunciation. Yeah, I think you're right there, Bob. Hey, how can we argue against such? I can't argue against such, certainly. Martin Sikorsky, Martin Scorsese compares captures the era masterfully. The best movie ever made. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's a great director, right? He's a director, maybe produces some stuff too, huh? Scorsese, or whatever. He's supposed to be doing that Mike Tyson film, right? Too, that Jamie Foxx was supposed to play, which I'm guessing it still happened. Don't know for sure. Going to happen. I don't know for sure though. But that would be a cool one to see. Iron Mike, especially for a fight fan. Dang, got me motivated. I'm gonna watch it. Raging Bull, folks. If you haven't seen Raging Bull, make a commitment this weekend to watch Raging Bull. If you haven't seen it, make a commitment, baby. I got it right, boss. Salute. Giving me on game. Flat boxing. You ever heard the story about a newspaper writer called Fireman Jim Flynn, or calling Fireman Jim Flynn the real champion, and then Langford knocked him out in front of the writer and pointed at him and said, "That champion." I knew of them fighting, but I didn't know about that one specifically right there. Flat boxing, good stuff. Good little nugget right there. I knew of Fireman Jim Flynn disrespecting Langford, pretty much calling him every name in the book, saying he wasn't a good fighter and all that stuff, and then having to eat those words after he stepped in the ring with them, and he gave him respect then and said he was very much a great fighter. And this is paraphrasing, of course, but something along that tune. So that is pretty funny right there. Hey, had to shut them down right there. Shut the writers down right there at the front door. Langford steps in there and does his thing. Mikhail Kessler is Danish. Yes, indeed. Mikhail Kessler, the Viking warrior. Hey, I like Mikhail Kessler. He's in some solid fights. Part of the Super 6 World Boxing Classic. Matter of fact, he's right here where my finger is pointing. Mikhail Kessler, the World Boxing Classic Super 6. So, yeah, he was a part of that historic top-level 168-pound tournament. We only saw it that once, but it was a good one. It was a good one for sure. But as I've said before, I think the World Boxing Super Series, which is one that I think Sauerland Promotions had some ties to it, as well as Richard Schaefer. I like their format, single elimination style. That makes it a bit more easier to manage because the Super 6 World Boxing Classic was a points-based systematic type structure. You had to accumulate points over the course. Ended up being, of course, we talked about this, Andre Ward and Carl Froch in the finals, which I thought was pretty much rightfully so. They both worked their ways there. Now, that being said, when Froch fought Kessler, that was a very close fight right there. An argument could be made for Kessler. An argument could certainly be made for Kessler, I will say. So, very close. But, hey, that's what you get when you get the best fighting the best. So, I'm all for it. Salute to Poland Ball, a.k.a. Fight Fan. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Salute to you. Hey, if you're in the boxing, check out Fight Fan. It's on here on YouTube. You can drop the link, whatever it may be. But Fight Fan in the building. Appreciate your Fight Fan. Says there was a Jim Belcher movie where he was wearing gloves, but he predated glove fighting by 70 years. Oh my goodness. Crazy. I think somebody sent me something on him. I don't know if it was might have been a documentary style thing, but yeah, I don't know about the movie, but that is pretty interesting. That's why you gotta make sure you have people involved who have an understanding, love for the history, not just kind of sign off on things and then just like, okay, yeah, we're just off to him. Gotta, get the accounts of it right to a certain degree, but that right there, certainly you don't want to see him with any big gloves. Gloves of modern day on, of course, when we know that certainly even if you were fighting back then there were some smaller ones, What the same person would call Fireman Jim Flynn the champion. Good stuff, Folding Ball right there. Touche. Who the heck would do so? Fireman Jim Flynn, tough fighter. I'm going to make a video on him. I had created a little thumbnail for him, but I haven't started on it. But Fireman Jim Flynn, tough fighter right there, but certainly not the champion. Certainly. Flag boxing, it might have been after he knocked out Dempsey, but among the white heavyweights, Flynn was a favorite. Certainly. I mean, he had the resume without a doubt. Fireman Jim Flynn did have the resume. He was in there with a lot of top level guys. We know he fought Sam Langford multiple times. Thankfully, we have footage of him. Thankfully, we have footage of Fireman Jim Flynn. And we have footage of him fighting Sam Langford, which is a beautiful thing to have. You know, I want to find some of these places that have some of these unmarked boxing films, maybe some where they don't know the boxers. Not that I would know them, but maybe we have some gyms or some boxers that are hidden in plain sight. We're like, oh, there's no video of them, but these are boxers that have not been identified who are in a video. I've seen pictures like that of unidentified boxers, and a lot of things have to go into trying to understand or decipher who they were, but it'd be cool. The Boz Kessler was a formidable fighter, took Frotch 0. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I had that. All right, so yeah, Kessler won that fight. Okay, good to go. I was thinking that Frotch won it. So Kessler did win. Okay, but that was a toss-up fight, right? Very close, very toss-up-ish. Cool stuff. YouTube, filthy boxing hipster. Oh yeah, gotcha. Salute, fucking ball, aka Fight Fan. Oh yeah, you gotta shoot me your email. Hit me up on Instagram. I'm gonna send you something that will help you out there. Poland ball. Gotcha, without a doubt. The Boz, he gave Kazagi probably his hardest fight. Oh yeah, the Viking Warrior. That's where he took his first loss right there against Joe Calzaghe. For anyone interested, hey, we're all interested in the history of the sport. Salute to Poland ball. Hey, check out that link he dropped. You'll enjoy it. First video I saw was that of all the opponents that Greb fought. Yet we still have people complaining about Greb who say, oh, I don't know how good he was. I haven't seen his footage. Well, you got plenty of footage of his opponents. They were very damn good. So you can only imagine that Greb was just as good, if not better, because he beat pretty much all of them. No, that's all good. All good. Fight fans. Dan Flack, pretty certainly Dempsey did take a dive against Flynn. He totally broke first time. Oh, you think so there? You think so, Dan? I've heard that. I've heard some questionable things. I've heard Dempsey's brother stepped in to avoid him getting knocked out, and it wasn't a KO. It was more a TKO or a stoppage. A lot of mystery floating around that, Dan. But I can't say that I haven't heard that it was a dive either. And I've also heard that Jim Flynn could have potentially had some plaster in his gloves as well. So it was a mix of stuff out there. You know how these rumors in boxing just tend to travel and go down many different paths. I don't know which one is the accurate one there, Dan. I've always went with the notion that Dempsey, his brother stepped in. The one that seemed logical was his brother stepping in and getting the fight stopped before Dempsey actually hit the deck. But maybe he did hit the deck. I don't know. It's very interesting, though. Very interesting. Alexander Campbell, Ulcer, Scott. Hey, appreciate you being here, Alexander. Salute to you. I remember you dropped by the last one, man. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate you sharing your knowledge, dropping by. A lot of scholars think the first Dempsey Flynn was a dive. Okay, good to go, Alexander. Hey, that may very well be the case then. We got two that are writing on that side. Trumps my thoughts on it. If you look at it from a numbers game perspective, yeah, it could have very well been the case there. It's a lot of mystery shrouded in that particular fight there. But it could have been a dive, without a doubt. Could have been a dive. I know he handled Flynn, of course, but yeah, that's an interesting one. But Dempsey also, he struggled with Willie Meehan, a fighter who rose from the lower weights. Fat boy Willie Meehan. So yeah, pretty interesting. But yeah, another unrealistic movie is Gentleman Jim of 1941. It's one of my favorites, though. Okay, I haven't checked that one out. I heard about that one too, I believe. I had heard about a Jim Flynn, or not Jim Flynn, but Jim Corbett movie, Bowling Ball. So interesting. Errol Flynn. And we have Errol Spence too there, Boz. Okay, guys, time to sleep. All right, good night, Boz. Hey, salute. Appreciate you being here, Boz. As always great to have you in the mix. We need to somehow get a Wikipedia page for the Fighting Ghost, Jeff Clark. Fighting Ghost of Joplin, Jeff Clark. Yeah, very underrated fighter right there as well, Flat. Was in with a lot of top-tier boxers, top-tier heavyweights, because pretty much the full gamut from Langford to Jeanette McVeigh, battling Jim Jones, etc. Jeff Clark, another one of those guys who goes a bit underrated, under the radar. And I know Hardline has done a number of things on him, as well as scrapbook boxing. And I've seen how his name just pops up in all the best resumes. I've seen many videos of unidentified boxers, and a lot of them ended up being all-time greats. Okay, good stuff, fight fan. Yeah, I'd imagine there's more of that out there, just thinking about universities and things of that nature, maybe even in other countries. There's got to be some other stuff out there where people just don't know. Yeah, it's one of those things. And I've seen some on YouTube where people who posted it, they didn't know. And then I've seen people in the comments kind of share who they thought it was or kind of identify the fighters. So it is very interesting. Dan Calzaghe won one of the most underrated fighters in history. Watch him destroy Roy Jones, same age. They started hands to kick Clive, but in this spar to hit the heavy bag. Yeah, I know he had some hands issues. Yeah, same age, but yeah, Roy Jones was past it at that time for sure. Roy Jones should have stopped in 2004, if you ask me, or at least when he got knocked out by Glenn Johnson. That might have been 2005 right there. So that's when he should have called it quits. He stuck around for a long time, too long. Roy is supposed to be fighting in some virtual fight, some meta Facebook style virtual fight against some dude, this bodybuilder cat. I don't know if it's happened yet, but it's going to be interesting, I will say. Dempsey always denied taking a dive, pulling ball. Yeah, interesting. Yes, certainly a lot of stories around there. Bowling ball, certainly interesting. Yeah, I know he's denied such, of course, but interesting. Flat boxing. I made a video highlighting the middle of to the end of the 6th round and the 8th round of Marciano versus Moore. It was insane to look back on. Complete destruction. Okay, salute, Flat. I'm gonna have to check that out. I had went by your channel, I know previously, and I didn't see any videos. But I'm going to go check that out then, Flat. Good stuff. You're making them. Share that knowledge, baby. We're all for it. So I'm going to check that out without a doubt, my man. Marciano Moore. Insane. That's some good stuff. Good fight right there. They made a movie about Jim Corbett. Yeah, and there's a documentary. You've probably seen that as well. But this kind of documentary is about 1 hour that's out there on Jim Corbett that is on YouTube for sure. That I know that it is on YouTube, so it's worthy of checking out. Roy Jones fought 10 years after that. Hopkins fought 15 years after Calzaghe. Yeah, the good points there, Dan. I like Hopkins. I like Jones and Calzaghe, but Roy was certainly shot. Now, Roy, he was a very shot fighter, but Hopkins, he was still able to get in there and mix it up and upset the apple cart against a number of these top young boxers as well. So, hey, Calzaghe got him. I remember watching that fight. Now, I need to watch it again. I think at the time I had it scored for Hopkins, but I need to watch it again. Make sure that I'm in my right mind. But that time. But, yeah, fan of Hopkins. Tyson's favorite movie, Raging Bull. Okay, salute, Dad. Salute in that regard. That is good stuff. One of the best boxing displays in history, Calzaghe over Roy Jones. Watch it. Yeah, I've seen it. Roy Jones dropped him in the first round again after that. But, yeah, I don't think that was the best version of Roy Jones right there, Dan. That was, and that's my opinion, maybe the opinion of others as well. That was not the Roy Jones who was at his best, I will say. That was past it version of Jones, and he shouldn't have been fighting at that period, if you ask me. And then we know he kept on fighting, but he should have hung it up. I think he was doing it against the will of close friends and all. That's one of his things. He wanted to do it, I guess, maybe for the money, but very interesting. Flat boxing, I always like Calzaghe. Oh, yes, Calzaghe, hey, Hall of Fame fighter right there, retired undefeated, ruled that super middleweight division. You could argue the best super middleweight, period. And then went up to light heavyweight, was able to still apply his trade. And as mentioned, certainly when he fought these guys, he was right around the same age. So he was able to preserve himself in a better manner in that sense. He retired from the game on top, didn't come back and damage the legacy or anything. So got to give him props, without a doubt. Got to give him props. Imagine Jim Jeffries versus Marciano. Who would y'all pick? Yeah, that was one I had put up a little poll for there, Poland Ball. Very interesting one right there. Now, it was Marciano in a landslide, but I do think it would be a very, very interesting fight because of the fact that Jim Jeffries was a very tough fighter. He could go the distance. He could absorb punishment. A hard guy to get out of there. We saw it only when he fought Johnson, but that was 6 years removed from his best and 6 years removed from fighting, essentially. So I think it would be closer than some may think. Certainly the conditions and the stipulations around the fight, I feel, would dictate different things. I think that if it went 25 rounds, then that leans more towards Jeffrey's strong suit right there. But, of course, you never know. That leans more towards his strong suit if it goes 25 rounds because he's used to being in some of those longer fights, and he was built for the condition, strong guy. And, of course, he'd have the height, reach, and weight factor on Marciano. That being said, Marciano would be probably better technically because Jeffries wasn't technically as sound, but he made up for it with his toughness, ruggedness, his endurance, his strength, size, and just power. So he's a tough outing for sure. Dan says, Nocolino Loche, Joey Maxim, Pep ain't got some of the slickest boxers ever. Certainly. Nicolino Loche, certainly. He would smoke cigarettes too, right? So this was a guy who was, tough character right there. Tough character. So that's some good stuff. And Joey Maxim had a very tough resume. He was in with some top-level fighters. Joey Maxim, definitely one of the greats. And, of course, we talk about Pimp Sam Mangat. Certainly. Does Jeffries bring enough power to stop Rocky from mutilating him? Okay, I'm biased. I'll stay out of this one. I feel you there, Flack. I feel you. I feel you. Funny Italian, all best boxers. Oh, yeah, those are some good boxers for sure. Italians are fighting people, without a doubt. Same with Jewish people. Certainly, fighters indeed out there in the mix. Not the best version of Calzaghe, Dan. Yeah, I guess that can be said for sure. That can certainly be said. Certainly not the best version of Jones either. That makes it a very interesting and compelling situation, without a doubt. Poland Ball, it's ironic how Marciano is the opposite of the other Italian fighters in terms of slickness. His style was being a hard man, certainly. Yeah, training hard, had a crazy regiment. He would be up over, he could put on some weight, but he could drop it down, just insane training. And he'd get to the weight that was optimal for him and had that motor that could take him through and ensure that his power carried for all rounds for the most part. So he and Jeffries would be very interesting for sure. Jeffries would have some of those just natural things as far as some of the size factors, etc., that I mentioned that would certainly play into his favor. But tough fight. Either way around it, very tough fight. It's but just slick boxing abilities. I'm talking about Italians. Okay, cool. Pulling ball. I think Jeffrey's size would be overwhelming to Rocky. Yeah, Jeffrey is a pretty solid, stocky dude. As a matter of fact, and Rocky, for his size, just a solid guy. But certainly Jeffrey's big wide chest, shoulders and all that. So you got to imagine him tying up there with Rocky. He would apply the tricks of the trade. I think that's the reason Tom Sharkey, who's a big puncher, couldn't get past Jeffries, because Jeffrey's size and just his ability to use it could be something overwhelming, especially tie you up and leaning on you there in the clinches and all of that stuff. I would imagine he will employ some of those tactics, so it'll make it tough. Make it certainly tough. Alexander, Tony 2 tons Galento wasn't slick. 2 tons, without a doubt. Hey, 2 tons, he rocked Earl Lewis. Solid contender. I would say solid contender right there. 2 tons. Wasn't afraid to step in there and mix it up with anybody. You got to give it to him. Flat boxing. I seen a joke that said the best way to beat Marciano would be to wait on him to gas out. That would happen around the 147th round. Hey, probably. I mean, he had that iron will. It's hard to pinpoint him ever giving up, or giving in, or giving out. So yeah, he had the iron will that would certainly see him through. I think it would just have to continue to go on and on. It would turn into one of those long, drawn out fights potentially as well. Thinking about he and Jeffries or whatever. So might end up being a draw at the end of it. You never know. But certainly a very interesting one. Just thinking about it matchup wise, very interesting. Flat boxing. I just talked about Tony Tuton on Twitter. His sneaky explosiveness out of his crouch. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, Tony Galento, fun guy. I can only imagine him here in the age of social media, more video and stuff of him. I know he would be a super fan favorite if he was fighting right now, just given his just overall demeanor and how he rolled. 2 tons would have been a funny character for sure. Most Italians were brawler. Got you there, Dan. Got you without a doubt. Also picked Sullivan. Also beats Marciano, but unbiased as well. John L. Sullivan. Yeah, John L. Sullivan. I mean, hey, for his time, he was the man right there. And then he had the fight experience, going up against a number of guys. And especially thinking about when he would go on his tour looking to lick anyone who stepped up. It would be very interesting. But certainly Sullivan, he could go the distance. Him in his prime, which his prime lasted for a little bit, but certainly the tail end of his career was not the best version of him, but him at his best certainly would have been a tough cookie for anyone. I think Marciano as well, just thinking about the conditions of the fight. That's what it always comes down to. If it were a finished fight or something of that nature, or it'd be interesting to see how things were handled early on, because Sullivan was fairly quick out the gate, so that would make things very interesting as well if the two were to battle it out, him and Marciano. And we've seen at times where Marciano started slow. Sullivan would be coming out gunning, ready to go right there, round 1, looking for the knockout. But it'd be interesting, very much interesting. Hey, 86, are you down to chat? Hey, yeah, I'm down, Poland Ball. I'm down. Let's do it. Let me send you the thing. Let me see here. Poland Ball, a.k.a. Fight Fan. Appreciate you, man. Why not? Let's bring you in the mix there, buddy. Flat Boston, how he wasn't too unhinged, I think. Yeah, certainly. He was built like someone's drunken Italian stepdad. Yeah, Tony Galento, funny guy. You know, I have him on a list of videos I want to do someone on, or do on certain fighters. I believe I have Galento on that list. I believe I do. I could be wrong. I think I have him on there though. Galento, but yeah, very interesting character. A lot of interesting characters in the sport of boxing. So many of them. But yeah. Appreciate you being here, folks. We're talking about the great Kid Kaplan. Kind of waned off a little bit, but Kid Kaplan, one of the great fighters in boxing history, Hall of Famer, former world featherweight champion, also top-tier lightweight. He didn't win the lightweight title, but that being said, he was very much a capable individual, and he had some tough competition. Of course, I told you he ended this fight with Coco Kid. So Kid Kaplan, great fighter without a doubt. So yeah, we're gonna bring in my man, Fight Fin, Poland Ball, etc. What's going on with you, buddy? How's it going?
Not much. You just came back from work. I'm just chilling.
All right.
You?
All right, good stuff. Yeah, hey, good. Holding it down here, getting back in town from Chicago. At least I came back yesterday. And yeah, it's cool. And yeah, just wanted to talk a little boxing. This was kind of impromptu, and I was like, well, why not Louis Kid Kaplan, who is a fighter who goes under the radar somewhat, but of course we always dive into other history as well. So appreciate you dropping by.
It's nice to be on. Yeah. So Galento is a very interesting character, that's for sure. Like, boxing is built around personalities as much as it is fighters. We've seen a lot of bad fighters get to big positions because they're just such a draw because of their personality, like Chael Sonnen. MMA. Well, he's not bad, but he's not like that. There's no way you can justify him getting that John Jones fight in 2013, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. He had never had any real major sustained runs or anything.
Yeah. So, and like Galento's another example. Like, he's not. Look at his resume. He's not the best fighter. He hasn't really beaten anyone. His best achievement is dropping Joe Louis for 5 seconds.
Oh yeah.
So, but he is an interesting. Like, Max Baer too is also interesting, like a personality wise.
Yeah, Max Baer. Yeah, he's a very interesting one. I always show this because I still have it here. I need to finish it. One of my favorite heavyweights right there, the magnificent Max Baer.
Wow.
The Livermore Laraper. Yeah, very interesting character right there. I think, here in this age of social media and all that stuff, he would be another one that would be super popular, a playboy of the sport. I mean, he had the personality and all. He would goof off sometimes, didn't take training serious and all that stuff. And I guess you can say it bit him at points. But that being said, just a very overall interesting character in the sport. So, yeah, I got much love for my man, Max Baer.
That's a pretty cool thing that you got there. I actually have this thing over here. I might even turn my camera on.
Hello. Oh, cool. Salute. Hey, appreciate you.
I have this poster of Ali fighting Superman. It's like this old comic. I remember I was like,
cool. I wanted that. I wanted to get the actual comic. I guess I can still do so
pretty
now.
Rare. Surprising.
Yeah. I remember. I remember that comic right there. I haven't actually read the comic or anything, but I wanted to get it. And I remember I had ordered it, and this was right after. This was on the same day that Ali had died, and the order was canceled. And I think because the people that were selling it were like, no, we're about to shoot up the price on this or whatever. But that being said, that is pretty cool one right there. I like that.
There's so many cool artifacts in boxing, and Ali is another. Like his personality is the only reason he got that Liston fight in the first place, because he's such. He was such a charismatic and dominant personality that, like, it even intimidated Liston. Like, Liston even said that he was like scared of people who were crazy. I heard that somewhere. So Ali purposefully pretended to be someone who was out of his mind. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah, and it turned out that Ali was someone who could back it up. But you're right. He did talk his way into that, and the media, they latched on to it, and they were like, you know what, we're going to get this guy a shot, or at least we're going to be peddling for this as well. So it worked out in that regard for him. But Ali certainly, got to give him props for being able to go in there and back it up. He's one of my favorites of all time right there. As a matter of fact, I hold him in super high regards. And just another one. So just seeing him and what he was able to do, and just think about how he kind of parlayed that into really just becoming who he was and showing that he was one of the standout fighters from that time.
Yeah,
I
agree.
So I'm good with that. So Flight Boxing says Joe Louis' most underrated assets, his interception counters. He nailed Galento with a left hook into a clinch after getting dropped. Oh yeah, certainly, man. Yeah, Joe Louis, man, Yeah, he was stinking in there. I think Scrapbook Boxing does a good job of explaining his style and how it's all intentional the way he works. But then those short hooks, man, they were so devastating. So I got a lot of love for Joe Louis, and of course you can go any way with the top heavyweights ever and all that stuff. Many regard him as number one. Same with Ali. I regard Ali as number one. But that being said, it's interchangeable as far as I'm concerned. But Joe Louis, man, he just had a style that translates any way you slice it, any era. He's just one of those type of dudes, you know?
Yeah, I only have one critique of Lewis is that he didn't really like. I might be alone in this, but I think his resume is a bit underwhelming for someone who, like, I personally consider him the second best heavyweight. But if we look at his resume compared to Ali's, I think Ali has much more significant wins. But that's just my opinion. But Lewis, there's no denying that he is great. Obviously, he destroyed everyone in his era. I believe he also beat the most number 1 and 2 contenders in all of history. I could be wrong about that, but like the Schmeling win is great, the Walcott win is great, but other than that, I can't really think of like all-time great wins for Lewis. I could be wrong, but like, please, if anyone could correct me.
Well, yeah, I mean, he had what they call
disagrees with me. I could see it in the comments. I don't blame him. It's a hot take. It's a hot take. You're free to say 286 if you think I'm crazy.
No, I don't think it's overall crazy or anything. I thought he had a very good resume. It, of course, compared to Ali's, I mean, there are more big time, I guess, marquee names on Ali's resume, but Lewis, he had a very solid resume, and he was fighting all the guys that were lining up, especially when you factor in those guys who some of them rose to heavyweights. I mean, he has a pretty solid heavyweight. Billy Conn, I mean, Ezra Charles, like you mentioned, of course, Marciano, even though in loss.
I think Lewis beats Marciano at his peak, and I'll even die on that hill.
I felt that. I felt that myself as well. The absolute best version of I feel it, but I think that Schmeling win, very good win, great win, as a matter of fact, because I hold Schmeling in high regards.
Me as well.
That was a good one. Of course, Billy Conn, he was in there with him, and Billy Conn was like heavyweight champion, of course, but he rose to heavyweight, and he was having success against Lewis. As a matter of fact, Lewis rallied back and did the job on him, and then just handled him even more easier in the second contest with him. So he has a pretty solid resume just overall. Now, yes, certainly when you look at it in comparison to Muhammad Ali, he just fought so many of the top contenders of his era, and they turned out to be many of the top contenders in boxing history, just from a heavyweight perspective, or top contenders and champions, that is.
Like, it's not even Lewis's fault that his resume.
Yeah, right.
If he fought Bivens in the 40s and Ray Elmer as well, if you search up those two during the interwar period, were like the most significant challengers for the title. So I think if he beat them, I think I'd definitely rate him much, much higher.
Oh, yeah.
I still have him second best at heavyweight, but pound for pound, I have him top 25, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything's wrong with that, especially when you talk about pound for pound. There are definitely some resumes out there that you just can't throw by the wayside, that it's not possible for him to reach those feats, thinking about guys like Archie Moore, Harry Greb, Sam Langford, Sugar Ray Robinson even. Yeah, there are just some resumes that pound for pound wise, that is just hard for certain fighters to stack up against, even some of the greats in their division and all. And that's the situation with Lewis. But certainly as far as heavyweight's concerned, he's one of the pound for pound best fighters in general, just thinking about it over the course of boxing history. So he falls into that category as a pound for pound great. Certainly stands out as a heavyweight, since that's the division that he fought. That you'll be hard pressed finding anyone better than him.
It's hard to find someone more dominant than Joe Louis at heavyweight.
Yeah, right. And that record seems like it's that title defense record seems like it's going to be moving further and further away from ever being duplicated, at least in the current state. And this is for the belts out there. You know what I'm saying?
Klitschko was pretty close.
He was close. He was close. So that is the closest that, and right now, at the rate we're seeing them fight at heavyweight, yeah, it's just going to be tough for anyone to get to that 25. That's a pretty steep number, even with more of the belts to be out there and available. They're just not fighting enough. And then, of course, we always want to see the best against the best. And when we get that, there's always the potential of upset. So one of those things for sure. Flack says a few of Ali's opponents were overrated.
That's also true. I mean, Norton, I think, is overrated. I don't think that doesn't mean he's bad or less great. I just don't think he's on the caliber of Ali, Frazier, Holmes, Foreman.
Gotcha.
The Quarry, more like the Quarry, Patterson. Actually, I think Patterson's even better, but that's just my opinion. I'm probably making so many more haters in this live, but I can see the comments. People are not happy about the Joe Lewis take, but No, it is one of those things. But no, Joe Lewis definitely all-time great, certainly an all-time great. But it's other way. Yeah, it's different. It's different things when you're comparing him and Ali. I see you flat boxing his stats match up 1-1 with Ali. I can't agree.
You can argue even better.
Sorry, I can't agree with that.
You could argue, from a statistical standpoint, he has some better numbers than Ali for sure. But that being said, this is of course a tough one right here. Like I said, I go with Ali. I like Ali, and this is having a love for Lewis as well. But just Muhammad Ali, just thinking about the competition, what he was able to do, and how he would outclass some of that top level competition as well, is something that makes me hold them in high regards. And then to see him past his prime and still giving all of these fighters hell, just, man, great fighter right there. But Lewis, right up there for sure, right up there. So I feel you can't go wrong with either one. You can't go wrong with either one for sure. So I see you there, Dan, certainly showing some love. Some of these fighters fights close first time, second time, Lewis kills him. This is greatness, without a doubt. Calling his resume weak as well. I feel you there, Flack. Norton was great. Yeah, I do think Norton was I do think he was a great fighter. Yeah, he got stopped by some of the he got stopped by some guys, but he was very solid, very firm, very very good fighter during the era. Let me see.
He was not robbed against Holmes. I'm sorry, I disagree with that.
He got robbed against Holmes. Yeah. I don't know about that myself. Either right there. I think it's very interesting.
Norton is a very stylistically. It depends on who he fights. Greatness. If he fights a big puncher, then he's gonna probably get knocked out. But if he fights
certainly
a great technical fighter like Ali or Holmes, he's gonna excel. Like any great technical fighter that Norton faces in history, he's gonna trouble because he's so awkward. But resume-wise, you can't argue that he's on the level of Frazier or Ali or Foreman. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. I feel you from that perspective. I do feel where you're coming from, without a doubt. I don't think it's far-fetched. But he's when you rank and stack the heavyweights, he's definitely one of those top guys. But certainly he had some flaws that could be exposed or certain boxers would be able to overcome in some sense.
Even fighters who are worse than Norton have a good chance against him because he just has those. It's like Patterson. Patterson was so great, but he has those inherent weaknesses that kind of make him easy to, especially in a higher weight class.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, I feel you there for sure. Yeah, Floyd Patterson, he would have been probably, of course, cruiserweight. I feel like he could have been even more dominant if there were a cruiserweight division. But when you had to jump all the way up, I mean, it does get interesting. But he was one of those fighters who he fought some very good fighters, and he was even able to go on and do some pretty good things when he wasn't at his athletic peak anymore and all that stuff. But certainly when you stack him up, there are some individuals where you can just factor in their skill and their size, and they would make it very tough and troubling for a fighter like Patterson but certainly one of the best, definitely in his era and when he fought, and just when you stack it up across the board, and he's able to accomplish some great things. I like Sonny Liston. He doesn't always get rated very highly. Of course, he's most associated with those Ali fights, and therefore that's what people see most times when they think Sonny Liston. But devastating puncher without a doubt, excellent jab, and he actually post Ali had a very solid career. And he was contending at an older age until running into a young gun like Leotis Martin, and he was still looking to get back in the mix there before his death and all of that stuff. But meaning people only remember the Ali fights, but Liston is another one that goes a bit kind of under the radar, or maybe not under the radar, but people don't often mention him when they're thinking about the great heavyweights, just across the board, And I see you in there dropping some comments there. Poland Ball says Smelling Walcott, all-time great good wins over Khan, John Henry Lewis. Oh yeah, John Henry Lewis fought him, but I don't think the names on their particular market. So yeah, John Henry Lewis, Khan, probably better light heavyweights. Jersey Joe Walcott, very good fighter with a unique style, but he could be beat without a doubt. Max Smelling, very good boxer. He could punch. He had some ups and downs, but he had some very good moments as well. Excuse me, not very close. But Norton was champ. You don't take the title. Yeah, interesting right there. And Holmes never gave him a rematch. Okay, I feel you, Dan. I feel you. Flat boxing, he beat one more Hall of Famer than Ali did. Had one less Hall of Fame win than Ali. Ali beat one more pound-for-pound rated fighter. Ali fought post-1962 two-belt era, which inflates champion stats. Lewis had 6 more title defenses. Yeah, those are some big numbers right there. Very good numbers for heavyweights. So yeah, I mean, hey, I rock with both of them for sure. And I think we all recognize how great of a fighter that Lewis was and what he was able to do in the sport, of course. So yeah, you look at it just in general from a conventional wisdom standpoint, you ask around, everyone will tell you that certainly Lewis was the man during his time, and he still stands the test of time. Because he got killed by Shavers.
I think he gets so much slack nowadays, Joe Louis.
Yes.
I was actually arguing with someone who was arguing that Vitaly Klitschko had a better resume than Joe Louis. And that is quite the take, I gotta say. That is quite the take.
Yeah, that's funny.
And I've seen people argue that because Joe Louis has slow feet, there's no way he could fight nowadays. It's just untrue. It's not true. If you watch his fight against Max Baer might have one hand, and he might also be in that fight he was injured in his right hand, so he didn't really have a chance. But you see Joe Louis's movement; it's so smooth and quick, and it's just how could you argue that someone like that can't compete nowadays? It's just illogical.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know in terms of Vitaly having a better resume. Yeah, I think that's crazy for sure. But yeah, Max Baer, there at the tail end, and Max, his heart wasn't ever into the destructive nature of being a fighter, especially post Frankie Campbell and even Ernie Schaff. So I would say, so he wasn't ever into that destructive nature. I know coming into the Braddock fight, he had been out for a minute. He was doing exhibitions and stuff, and he did have an issue with his hand. So I'd imagine some of that could have potentially lingered on for sure. But yeah, Lewis handled him. He pretty much destroyed Max Baer. It's kind of sad seeing Max Baer go out in that capacity. But I think technique-wise, of course, he would have always been trouble. So Max Baer, of course, big-time puncher. But he ran into some issues going up against more of the technical boxers. Tommy Lochran was able to get him, etc. He handled a guy like Primo Canera almost with kid gloves in some sense, but Primo wasn't as technically sound. So the antithesis to sort of Max Baer was those technically sound boxers who had more of a scientific approach to how they went about their trade. But that being said, I think Max Baer would have. He's still a very formidable fighter, just given his punch and his ability to uh, just be in there and mix it up, regardless of size. And I think he could give anyone trouble. I think he had legitimate pop, and it was natural from his time working on his father's farm or whatever they were doing in varying states. So very interesting for sure. Very interesting. You sparked a debate here,
It sparked
fight
quite
fan.
the debate, a bit of a flame war. Sorry about that. But boxing's a passionate, it's a passionate sport. It's like with the topic of Greb and Langford and stuff. I also get this defensive about it. Like you just have those fighters that you'll fight to the like, oh, I'll trade hands for, like you just have those everyone has those favorites. It seems like Flax is Lewis. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, it's always one of those things, Yeah, boxing is a sport of passion for sure, and everyone has their favorites and all of that stuff. I have my favorites. One of them, of course, being Ali. Like I said, for the longest, I couldn't put anyone above Ali. I've come around to where I rate him now. It's a little bit different than where I had him. But that being said, he's still high up there for me.
Same. I used to have him like top 2. Now I'm more. I think he's top 10, maybe top 5. Like my top 5. Like here's my. I'll just say my top 10 off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Number 1, I got Greb. 2, Langford. 3, Robinson. 4, Armstrong. 5, Ali. I'd say Ali. It's between him and Ezra Charles and Fitzsimmons and Duran for that 5 spot. But I'll put Ali at 5, Charles at 6, Duran at 7, Fitzsimmons at 8, Benny Leonard at 9, and for 10, maybe Monzon or Mayweather. There's so many names for that top 10, but it's mostly a top 8 for me. But that's where I rank Ali. Ali's more like a 5 to like 8 type ranking for me now. It used to be top 2, but how has your ranking changed for him? Like, what's your top 10? 86.
Well, I haven't actually gone through or created a top 10, but I always had Ali number 1. For the longest, I had to just go with Ali as number 1. I do know that now I have him 3 behind Langford and Greb. So I would have Greb 1, Langford 2.
Ali above Robinson?
Or I would have Langford 1, Greb 2. And I'll have Ali above Robinson, even though I know that Ali had some inspiration behind, or Robinson was an inspiration behind some of Ali's style, etc. And he had a high regard for him. And I actually also have Henry Armstrong above Robinson. It could be called blasphemous. I know they fought. They were actually. I know Armstrong was past it when he fought. He was past it when he fought. But I would have Armstrong there ahead of him as well, and then I would come in with Robinson for sure. But beyond that, I know that I wouldn't have Roberto Duran in there. I don't regard Roberto Duran as the top lightweight. As a matter of fact, I have Joe Gans, Benny Leonard, then Ike Williams.
Could have had him too. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good name.
So I have Duran 4th actually. So I have Joe Gans, Benny Leonard, and Ike Williams as the 3 greatest lightweights of all time, and then I would throw in Roberto Duran there 4th. So that's just me. And I wouldn't have Mayweather in my top 10, even though I have a high regard for him. And he was like my favorite boxer at one point when I was younger coming up. I don't know where I would have him, but definitely not top 10.
A lot of people get salty if you rank Mayweather high nowadays. I think he's kind of become, with his TBE like personality, like how he thinks he's the best ever, which, let's face it, he's far from it. He kind of garnered a bad rap from like old school fans, like, oh, Mayweather, he sucks. Any all-time great would beat him. But come on now.
Yeah.
Come on. It's also Mayweather. You can't just write off such a dominant fighter like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. So, yeah, I need to really sit down and conceive a top 10, but I know I would have Archie Moore in there. I think that he's someone that you just look at it just across the board. Yeah, one of the greatest boxers ever. And, he was able to rise in weight as well. So Archie Moore, he had the fights, the resume, and all that stuff to back it. I think he has a top 10 resume without a doubt. So I would have him up there. Then, I had to think about a number of the others. I think guys like Maxie Rosenblum deserve some credit for being in or around there because of
His stats are insane as well. If you look at how many all-time greats Maxie Rosenblum fought, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Just look at
not
his
to mention he wasn't a puncher, you know what I'm saying? So he had to box his way through the majority of those contests. So when you take things like that into account, he wasn't getting knockouts, so he was having a box, and things like that factor in. So those are just some of the guys, but I think certain people are interchangeable in certain slots or whatever. So some people have Sugar Ray Robinson number one. I can't argue against that. I don't have him number one. I know some others who don't have him number one, but you could make a case for him being number one without a doubt. But like I think with any boxer, you can make a case for, they didn't fight this boxer, they didn't fight that boxer, or whatever, as well. So it can certainly vary.
I'm seeing these interesting comments saying that you should rank off of resume and stats, but like which statistics are you referring to? Because I'm seeing Hall of Fame being mentioned, but should Hall of Fame be regarded like if someone's in the Hall of Fame and you beat a Hall of Famer? Because it's really easy to get into the Hall of Fame. I've seen a lot of mediocre, surprisingly. Well, not. It's rude for me to say mediocre either. I won't say mediocre. I'll say not that great. Their resumes don't appear to be someone who'd be worthy of a Hall of Fame.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. That is the case. There are some that are in there who have lesser resumes, for instance, than some guys who aren't. And I think that is just the nature of how things go. It is very much subjective in some sense. Now, I do give credence to the Hall of Fame nods or whatever, a fighter being in the Hall of Fame and all that stuff. But certainly I wouldn't say that's the only sort of statistic or merit to be a true determining factor, because certainly we know that there are those that aren't in there who have worthy enough resumes, experience, wins when you look at it, and who they beat and how they were ranked or where they rank across the board, that would make a good case, like I said, there are some who are in the Hall of Fame who had some very good careers, but not necessarily all-time great status. And I'm sure we can think of a number of them, especially some of the recent ones,
Lou Hook, I believe his name is. I saw people name him as I saw this post for Hall of Famers that Greb beat, and he was on it. And then when I looked at his resume, it looks good, but it doesn't look. I've seen non-Hall of Famers that have a better resume than he does, so it just doesn't really make sense why a lot of these fighters are in the Hall of Fame when a lot of fighters who have superior resumes are not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I think Blackburn's not even in the Hall of Fame. Jack Blackburn, he's not even in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so he's in there as a trainer, but not as a fighter.
Significantly, if we don't even have the trainer of Joe Louis in it.
This guy right here, Jack Blackburn.
Most underrated lightweight ever. I think he's probably a head-to-head beast. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, true fighter. To think that he, was fighting Joe Gans and then crossed over and ultimately ended up fighting Harry Greb, insane to think about. But yeah, very underrated fighter. Yeah, he's not in there as a fighter. He should be in there without a doubt. So there are a number of fighters, and at this particular point, so many votes go to the Hall of Fame, or so many votes go to what they consider the old timers, etc. And So yeah, there is a subjective nature to it. There is a group voting for it, and that makes it very interesting. And I think you can kind of take it and hold it in value or merit however you want it, because of the fact that, of course, this is a company, the International Boxing Hall of Fame. What is it, like a private company or something of that nature, right? It's uh, and I think when you factor that in, of course, that could actually, throw some sort of wrenches into the overall thought process, and what goes into it or behind it, just given the nature of it. So it's one of those interesting things. So I think that is a factor, but not necessarily the factor. But I think resumes certainly help to shed light and provide a lens for, who a fighter was up against and how things went down competition wise, irrespective of wins and losses. And if you look at it in terms of like Mayweather, as you mentioned, yeah, he has a very solid resume for his era in terms of the number of fighters that he beat who were champions, etc. Of course, we're in the four belt era. But that being said, he put in a lot of work, a lot of competition against top 10 fighters, top 3 fighters, etc. So he has a lot of very good numbers in front of him for sure. So I think it's all subjective in some sense in terms of how people tend to go or how they operate. I'm always of the mindset that there's not necessarily a wrong answer or anything. Everyone has an opinion, and there are certain factors that may alter my criteria that wouldn't alter another person's criteria. So it's one of those interesting things, but it can be very polarizing in some sense, just thinking about the greatest of all time in any sports, let alone boxing, where it's a individual sport. And you're not only comparing them against their peers, but you're comparing them against some of their contemporaries from many years ago, where things were very much different. The structure, the conditions, and all that stuff were different. So I think that has to be factored in as well in some capacity. And it's hard to measure something like that, but you can kind of understand it from the times that you're living in and some of the things that are available here for us now that weren't available then. So many things to factor in there that it makes it tough. That's why I say, hey, there's no necessarily right definitive answer.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm seeing an interesting comment from Flack Boxing. It says, I would like to pick Poland Ball's brain because he ranks Greb 1, yet does not care about stats. How does that go? Because Greb's best argument for number one is amazing stats. Well, I'm personally going off of what you meant by stats, because like I don't really regard stats when it comes to like Hall of Famers. Like if someone says, oh, this person's the best because he beat the most Hall of Famers, that's not why I regard Greb as the best. It's who he beat. He beat Mickey Walker, Mike Gibbons, Tommy Gibbons. He beat Hall of Famers that I greatly I rate very highly. I have Tommy Gibbons in my top 10 at light heavyweight, Tommy Loughran at my top 10 at light heavyweight. I have Tunney in the top 3 at light heavyweight. Mickey Walker top 5 maybe even at middleweight. These are like stats that make you worthy of being the number one pound for pound. But when it comes to Lewis, who I used to rate number 8 on my pound for pound list, like I used to rate Lewis highly. I'm not a Lewis hater. It's just that the more I analyze him, it's just he has great wins over Schmeling and Walcott, correct? Like those you can't just take away from him. Over Billy Conn too, but that's a 40-pound weight advantage, like a 30-pound weight advantage too. John Henry Lewis, 30-pound weight advantage. These things can't be ignored. The same way, if you regard James J. Jeffrey's resume as well, his best wins are over Bob Fitzsimmons, who he outweighed by almost 50 pounds. Corbett, I believe, I don't know if he fought McCoy. No, he never fought McCoy. He fought Tom Sharkey. These are all fighters that he outweighed, but they're great fighters. this is the situation with Lewis, at least in my case, because he fights a lot of fighters who are great but also undersized, like Billy Conn and John Henry Lewis. So that's my response to flat boxing. So yeah.
All right. There it is. There it is. Yeah, I think there's a subjective nature to things for sure. Scrapbook Box says no Harry Wiley Sr. in the Hall of Fame. That's crazy. Or Jack Blackburn as a fighter. Crazy. Yes, indeed. It is pretty crazy. So, yeah, that's one of the things. So there is that subjective nature to things. And, yeah, I guess with the voting system and all. But, yeah, you would think Harry Wiley would be in there if he trained the fighter that the overwhelming majority considered to be the greatest fighter of all time in Sugar Ray Robinson did. How could he not be in the Hall of Fame as a trainer when the majority of the pundits, number of the historians rate Sugar Ray Robinson as the number one fighter, but they don't have his trainer in there who pretty much was with him pretty much the entire way. So that's an interesting thing right there. And Blackburn is in there as a trainer as well. So there's a subjective nature to it. I think, I think it gets very interesting when you're thinking about that, any top tens and all that. But yeah, certainly arguments could be made at varying points. But I think there are a lot of great fighters out there who some of them get more recognition than others, and I think that will continue to be the case. I appreciate being able to be tied to the history and have discussions of varying nature on these varying or all of these great boxers of the past who don't quite get the same accolades, like Louis Kid Kaplan here, who was talking about as far as this video in the initial subject of the video and all that stuff. Like if you were to say a top featherweights list, I'd imagine many people aren't even going to mention him because a lot won't know who he is or whatever, and so that gets to the subjective nature of things. And I think when you factor in that, there's really no wrong way to go, but certainly there are some fighters who get more of an edge or people lean towards more. And some of that could be they have more knowledge of them and all that stuff as well. But, one of those things. That's what makes the arguments great. I love the sport of boxing. We get to have these arguments, and we have the history to go down, and we have varying points that we could throw out there in the mix. Dan says, I think Foreman beats any heavyweight in history. No rematch. Anyone think of this? Golly. Good stuff right there, Dan. Yeah, I hold Foreman in high regard. Big George Foreman, definitely. He would mix it up, and he could certainly put a hurting on anyone. Bushy Graham not in the Hall of Fame. Okay, I had to check him out there, Dan. I don't know a ton in terms of his case towards such, but certainly I have someone I have to check out. Jack Blackburn not a Hall of Fame. Yeah, right. Great, crazy. It's one of those insane things. And Flat Boxer says, once again, I edge Ali as well. That was never the argument. Okay, gotcha. I feel like we could argue, or we could agree on a lot of stuff, but you have to stop with the Lewis has a weak resume stuff. Okay. I have Sam Langford 1, Harry Greb number 2, Scrapbook Boxing right there. Right? Good stuff right there. I lean along those same lines there, Scrapbook. Certainly. Scrapbook sharing his knowledge there. He has the great Sam Langford and then Harry Greb. And
that's also respectable. I've had that interchange that, like, sometimes I'm like, Langford, you know what? Like, maybe, it's possible. But, like, it just back and forth between Langford and Greb, number 1, 2. It's always like that. The struggle.
It's interesting. Yeah, and then you'll see some boxing pundits in modern media. They'll do a top 10 list or whatever, and they won't even have either of them in the list, or on the list.
It's crazy how time could just fly by these people who were on the top of the world 100 years ago.
Yeah, they completely showed us no love whatsoever. It's crazy how that is. So We're in agreement. No weak resume for Joe Louis.
Yeah, Joe Lewis's resume is far from weak. You can't beat the top 1 and 2 contender. I believe I have to search that up because I heard that somewhere that he beat the most top 2 contenders, like who were at number 1 and 2 in history. So obviously, if you do that, how are you anything but great, even if your opposition isn't incredible? But in Joe Lewis's case, a lot of his opposition was incredible. He beat Schmeling, and nobody ever beat Schmeling like that ever.
Yeah.
Nobody ever just took him out like that in his prime or close to his prime. Jersey Joe Walcott was coming off of wins over Bivens and Ray Elmer, or Elmer Ray, I forgot.
Elmer Ray. I was going to do a video on him, discussion on him, but yeah.
So he beat both of them, ended their winning streaks. He ended both of their winning streaks. So obviously, this is a peak prime Jersey Joe Walcott. And Joe Louis past his prime, beat him at least once. You can argue the first fight for Walcott, but he definitely won the second one because he knocked him out. Then there's the Billy Conn win, where it starts getting, Joe Louis's resume starts getting a bit more underwhelming, because by underwhelming, I mean like you see this person hyped as top 10 pound for pound, but if you only have 2 all-time great wins against people near your weight class, near your weight, like, then I think it also kind of has a play, and that's why I don't rank Joe Louis as high as number 8. Like, Conn was a pretty good heavyweight. If you look at his record, he's, I believe, 13-2 at heavyweight, and his only 2 losses were against Joe Louis. But he's also still a 168-pound man fighting a 200-pound man. That's going to have a role in the fight, no matter how great you are. And Bob Fitzsimmons learned that lesson when he was knocked out by Jeffries in round 8. He might have had those incredible first 8 rounds where he was beating on Jeffries, but then size played its role. So then after those wins over Schmeling and Walcott, I think Joe Louis's resume gets a bit trickier to kind of rank, because if he had wins over Prime Sharkey and Prime Primo Carnera, it's not his fault that these guys were past it. It's just that it is what it is.
Right.
It's not his fault that Max Baer broke his hand.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, you can make an argument for such. Certainly, I think that's certainly subjective. Of course, we've seen fighters rise in weight. Of course, it can be a double-edged sword in some sense.
We're gonna have a debate. Sorry, I'm excited.
I'm sorry.
I see that flag boxing. He wants to.
Oh, I guess he wants to share some knowledge. Oh, we got Flack in the building. Flack, what's good with you, man?
Hey, what's good? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
I can hear you.
I bet. I never used this before, so it just took me a minute.
Oh no, it's all good. I appreciate you joining in, Flack.
All right, so I see you in the comments. I see that you're not in agreement with what I'm saying.
Well, if you were talking about who we lean towards, Lewis or Ali, I still lean towards Ali. I don't know if was that the argument that we were talking about, because
I mean,
I have all
kind
of
of,
stats.
yeah.
So yeah, I still lean towards Ali, but you said who Lewis beat wasn't remarkable.
I said outside of his best names, like outside of these names on his resume, Billy Conn, Max Schmeling, Jersey Joe Walcott, and John Henry Lewis. I don't think the names he beat outside of that were at their best or remarkable. Like, remarkable as in not all-time greats. Like, obviously they're good boxers if they're at the top of the world, but like,
well, all of his top fighters are going to be all-time greats.
Really.
All of his top fighters, they would be top all-time greats.
Farr, I would not argue that Tommy Farr is an all-time great if you analyze.
No. I'm saying like the Max Schmelings, the Jersey Joe Walcotts.
Yes,
they're going to be all-time greats. You can't say that the guys who weren't in his best wins weren't all-time greats. Of course, they're not going to be, because you would put his all-time greats in with his best.
I think outside of those all-time great wins, they're not particularly remarkable. Like, how do I say it? Because outside of Walcott and Schmeling, it kind of goes downhill after that. Like, Ali has his wins over Frazier, Foreman, Liston. I think it has more depth. Foreman, Liston, Norton, at least once. I think it's fair to say. He also,
would you call Ken Norton an all-time great?
No, but I'd say he's a superior win over than John Henry Lewis in Lewis's case because
That was
John
his
Henry
last fight.
Lewis has a
That was
significant
John
win
Henry
advantage.
Lewis's very last fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was also a great light heavyweight, and I think it's kind of an underrated win. But I don't think it's as good as Ali's win over Norton because Norton and Ali are near the same weight, whereas Lewis and Joe Lewis have
But
a weight of
I
about.
wouldn't put that on Joe Lewis though. A lot of his
I
wins
agree,
were
but
light
it's not
heavyweights.
his fault. It's not his fault that like Khan was outweighed by 30 pounds. It's not his fault, but it still has to be regarded. It can't be ignored.
Khan was a light heavyweight champion at that time when they
Yeah, but he was
fought,
168 though. He was
wasn't he?
168 against Lewis's
Yeah.
204.
Okay,
That's
I get that, but that's his fault. If he wanted to be heavyweight champion of the world, he knew he had to put on some weight.
Yeah, but as fans, we also kind of have to acknowledge that and kind of we can't.
Yeah,
I personally can't acknowledge a win over someone who's outweighed by 30 pounds the same way. If Khan was 198 instead of 168, and Khan had that resume and had then yeah, but Khan has that resume at 175, but not again at he doesn't really have that resume at heavyweight, and he's in essence a light heavyweight. Like he's a full light. He's not. He never even made the light heavyweight limit against Joe Lewis. He was 168. So I think it can't be ignored because if you one of your best wins is against someone who you outweigh by 30 pounds, it can't be ignored. Would you agree with that or no?
I want to disagree with it,
Yeah.
but that was never the argument. For me, the whole argument was a lot of names he beat they were all remarkable. A lot of them were. You talk about
Which
outside
ones are you thinking specifically?
outside of the big ones that he beat, the guys
Schmeling
like
and Walcott, I think. Outside of Schmeling and Walcott, which wins would you argue are great from Joe Lewis?
Billy Conn.
But
That's
Billy
one
Conn
good-
was outweighed by 36 pounds, so wouldn't you? I'd say
but
it's
it's
a good
still Billy
win.
Conn. It's still the light heavyweight champion. It's still a guy who, at that very time, was one of the most skilled boxers on the planet.
True, it's a good, but that's what makes it a good win in my. But calling it all-time great worthy, I want to. I've tried.
Conn is 100% all-time great worthy.
Yeah, but at light heavyweight, he's 168 pounds.
Okay, we're going in circles. I get what you're saying. You're making the argument that he was outweighed, and that I guess that you're saying that nullifies the greatness
Diminishes
of
the
the
win
victory.
slightly, in my opinion. That's just me.
Would
I
you say?
can't really, I think it takes away from the win a bit, but it's still good.
Yeah.
He's Billy Conn, like you said.
Oh, yeah, I
he's Billy
agree.
Conn. But all-time
then-
great. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're
sorry.
good. You're good.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, that really wasn't the issue. The issue for me was you said that I said that Lewis and Ali stats they match up very well, and you said they
Which
didn't at
stats
all.
specifically? I think I misinterpreted. Like which stats are you
Okay.
talking? Because I think Ali's resume has more depth than Lewis's, but I'll
I
explain
agree.
that in a minute.
I agree. No, I agree with you on that one. And I'll tell you why too. But they are very close. So Lewis beat 8 Hall of Famers, and Muhammad Ali I think beat around like 7. So
really?
he beat
Ali only beat 7. Like there's only 7 of Ali's opponents in the Hall of Fame. Let me check that.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. You can, and then Hall of Fame wins. Ali has 11 to Joe Lewis's 10.
So that depends if you like acknowledge like Hall of Fame like as a thing that like if you regard it highly, like you're.
I do absolutely, and you can go and count all the examples of horrible like I guess you could call it Hall of Fame fails. People like Jack Blackburn and Jeff Clark, 2 people who in my opinion are 100% Hall of Fame worthy who didn't get in.
Yeah, it's true, and
that's gonna happen though, because the Hall of Fame started in I think 1990.
Yeah,
that's gonna happen. People are gonna get left out, and I remember 86. You were talking about someone who, or maybe it wasn't you. It was someone. They were talking about a guy who should have got in the Hall of Fame with the initial class, the 1990 class, but he got in like 1992 or something. Like that happens. That's gonna happen.
Yeah. You had a lot of that. There are only so many.
Yeah, I want to go. Oh, the Hall of Fame. It doesn't mean anything because
I think it means
happen.
nothing. I can't really like if I'm using an argument for who's the best of all time. I can't really use this person. He beat more Hall of Famers than this person. I like to like analyze the the wins those people he beat
Okay.
specifically had. So if someone,
What
sorry.
what about pound for pound rated fighters? Do you care about that?
Like it depends on my personal pound. Like if
Because Ali beat a whole lot of them too. So it's not like it's not. I promise you, it's not like I'm cherry picking stats here.
Yeah, but this is about the Hall of Fame in particular, and I personally don't really regard it like when it comes to like the way I said, like I won't use it as a source for why I think an individual fighter is better than another one, or why they're like they line like statistically. If we're talking about Hall of Famers beaten and champion and like championship defenses, then Lewis obviously has better stats, but
Not by much though, because Ali only had 4 less title defenses, and Ali was, I think, like a 3-time heavyweight champion.
yeah, I think he won it 3 times.
First 3-timer.
Holyfield won it 4, right? Yeah, that's also crazy.
That's why I said I lean Ali, even though like I'm not a big fan of Muhammad Ali. I'm not a big fan of that 70s era in general, but I still believe Muhammad Ali edges Joe Louis and who's the greatest heavyweight. I would 100% stand on that one.
Yeah, that's where I lean as well. But I do think that there's some solid names out there, Poland Ball, that, yeah, you can make an argument on some of the semantics in terms of where they were in their career. But I do think there are some very solid contenders on the resume of Joe Louis, like pre-championship. Of course, Primo Canero's mentioned.
I forgot. I totally forgot about him. We were just talking about him too.
That's the thing with Lewis's resume. He has a lot of good names, but a lot of
like Max Bear
names, though.
The like King Levinsky, top contender from that period. Of course,
that's a good win. That's I think the Levinsky one's pretty.
Oh no, not King Levinsky. Sorry.
Yeah, and Paulino Uskadun, Paulino, tough and rugged, was in there with a lot of top level competition. Couldn't get past that championship level, but he was
Bob
right
Pastor
there, not below.
Too.
I'm sorry.
Bob Pastor was pretty good too.
Oh yeah. And then of course Jack Sharkey, who had some up and down moments, but former world heavyweight champion. And yeah, an argument can be made like where he was at that particular stage. Then Jim Braddock, who of course came to fame, or at least was probably at his best at a lower weight.
Well, Jim Braddock had one of his very best performances in his whole career against Lewis. You could watch that fight, and the way that I associate Jim Braddock, because of how much he gets talked about as, oh, he was an okay fighter who, had an amazing run to become champion, and they made it.
Kind of.
That's how I feel that it gets thrown out there. But you watch this fight with Lewis, he performed. When he fought Lewis,
I was surprised when I watched that. He really outperformed my expectation. Like he knocked Lewis out. He kind of competed with him pretty well.
He fought very well in that fight. So I mean, if you want to, you're going into all like, oh, he was outweighed by this much. He did this, or when the time that this happened, you're doing all this context. You could put that in there for Joe Louis too. When he fought Jim Braddock fought like a different person.
Yeah, Braddock also kind of has up and down. Like he's not really a predictable fighter. He could beat Jimmy Slattery, but then
that's true.
Absolutely schooled by someone like Hans Berkey.
But he had some pretty unfortunate circumstances in between, in terms of he went a long period with a messed up hand. I believe it was his left hand that might have been broken and not properly cared to, and he ultimately didn't get it fixed or opted to not get surgery.
Yeah,
that came back to bite him in some sense. So he had some circumstances there in between, but I think he's a very good fighter with a very tough resume. So yeah, that's another. I know we kind of talked about Schmeling, of course, John Henry Lewis, Galento. You mentioned,
Tony Galento. That's a wild. He was a wild man.
Yeah,
he's hard to fight.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. I just recently watched that fight too. How hard he was to deal with, because his stance was open. How he held his hands was open, but it was in a crouch, and he would wait for you to jab and explode with a huge left hook out of his crouch, and he did that so much. And he even dropped Lewis for a second, but it wasn't like a.
Can you believe he was only 27 in the Lewis fight? I can't believe that. That dude looks.
He looks like he's 40.
Oldest looking 27-year-old I've ever seen, bro.
That's why I said he looks like a drunk Italian stepdad. He looks like he's like 38.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. But no, hey, I think it's a lot of. I think you can make arguments in different directions or whatever, but I think we're pretty much all in the same general consensus when it boils down to just kind of thinking about where these guys rank overall, which is one of those things.
But I just feel that a lot of it goes both ways. Like, Muhammad Ali fought a lot of bangers. He fought a lot of guys who can just lay you out so fast, and you got to be on point. But like Lewis did too. Tony Gilento was, like I said, he was super explosive for a big dude, and he had a lot of knockouts. Max Bear and Buddy Bear too. I mean, I'd call him knockout artist. Buddy Bear knocked Lewis through the ropes at one point in their fight.
Hot take, but Buddy Bear would probably be ranked in like a top 10er nowadays.
No, I agree.
like actually, it's probably it's possible. Like
he had a good gas tank on him too. A lot of where a lot of fighters struggle today, I think he would excel, and I agree with him there. But they both fought a lot of heavy hitters. But I think Joe Louis probably he fought more guys who were a bit more skilled than Ali did. I don't think they were harder fights. I think the power of George Foreman and Sonny Liston is more oppressive than the skill of Billy Conn. But I still think Joe Louis fought guys who were more technically skilled. But yeah, I think Ali fought harder fights.
Yeah, Ali's era at heavyweight was kind of when it began to become that we're just so fucking big. Sorry for swearing. we're so big that you just can't do anything. Like Ali was like the last era that was more skill based in my opinion. Like Frazier was somewhat like if we analyze it, he was somewhat one dimensional. He was head movement, I agree. A good left hook, but he was just so good at those two things that like that pressure, the stamina, and left hook. That's all he needed.
Did he beat anybody else who's notable besides Muhammad Ali though?
He beat
notable, but any all-time greats?
Ellis, Quarry.
Who is this you're talking?
Quarry.
No, this is just who Joe Frazier beat besides Muhammad.
Okay.
Frazier beat pretty much everyone outside of Ali in the late 60s or at least like 1970s. He beat Bonavina twice.
Okay.
So these guys are notable, but they're not Billy Conn, Max Schmeling, Hall of Fame, all-time great fighters.
Billy Conn, like as a win, like as a heavyweight win, I can't really.
No, I'm not comparing wins. I'm just saying like the name, like how Billy Conn holds an all-time great light heavyweight name.
Skill-wise, absolutely, he's much higher all time than John Henry Lewis, Jack Sharkey. Primo Carnera. I think all of these wins are technically like names wise better than anything on Frazier's list outside of Ali. But like the thing is that Lewis was unfortunate enough to face Sharkey at his worst. Primo Carnera past his prime. Khan was heavily underweight in comparison to Joe Louis, as was John Henry Lewis. Well, not underweight. I won't say underweight. Like outweighed.
Oh, that's what it is. Same thing.
Yeah, it's not like.
And I was just gonna say, with the guy like Frazier, and I've had varying opinions about just overall, when you look at his resume and everything. I think you have to factor in some of those things that are like his total number of fights, kind of what stage he was at in his career, because he is one of those sub 40 fight heavyweights, similar to James J. Jeffries, who he is barely over 20. He may be around 22, 23 fights or something of that nature. But within the amount of time and the number of fights that he had, he did have some very solid names that were packed into that more smaller, compacted career, similar to Frazier, which sub 40, of course, that is certainly like appropriate today in terms of the pace in which they fight now, but I think you can look at it kind of different ways just thinking about that in comparison.
I think the size in the heavyweight division is really weird because it was really, really big at one point. Like Joe Janette was a huge dude. Sam McVeigh, Jack Johnson was very big.
Yeah, it is pretty weird.
Oh,
JJ
and then it gets
too was big.
and then it gets really small into like Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey. 6'1",
Yeah.
6'1", and then it gets super big in the 70s, and it never really got smaller. It just remained like if you were a heavyweight, you were big. I think the reason was a lot of those heavyweights were still like light heavyweight size. I think at the beginning of Jack Dempsey's career, he was around a light heavyweight size. I'm sure you can go look at his weight through some of his fights, and he was around that.
Yeah, probably at his peak, he'd be like a cruiserweight.
For heavyweight.
And they say that Harry Greb, he had an obsession with being the heavyweight champion, and it's why he tried to pursue Jack Dempsey. I think that name of being the heavyweight champion, I think it held a lot of weight. No pun intended.
That's an understatement, actually, because if you look at the history, like I've actually seen a documentary on Corbett or a video on Corbett, and it shows this portrait of him standing next to the Emperor of Austria-Hungary and all these other European monarchs, and it just shows how big being the heavyweight champion meant back then. You were a literal superstar. No wonder people like Jeffries and Sullivan and Dempsey avoided like these really hard fights. Who'd want to lose that title of being a guy?
I never thought of that.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a legit thing. You really didn't see it get to the point where you were having more of the sort of best fighting the best, and it was exchanging hands until I would say the 30s. Because prior to that, it was kind of log jammed. Anytime a person won it, you think about Dempsey. In the time that he had it, he didn't really fight a ton of times, and that was closer to the tail end of his career. At least we found out once he didn't fight after fighting Tunney. And you think about before that, I think it was just like the nature of it. There was really no one who, outside of maybe Tommy Burns, he was traveling and defending it. He's not regarded as one of the top heavyweights to that degree or to that level. But outside of him, a lot of the guys, they were barely fighting when they won it because of the outside interest, And then once we got to the 30s, I would say that's when you saw more of it exchanging hands. And then, of course, when Lewis got it, he kind of just dominated for that period. And that is essentially after him kind of led us to where we are now, Though I guess you could argue we've taken a step back now in terms of can we get the best fighting the best? Can we get Tyson Fury versus Usyk and all that stuff? But sorry to interrupt
you know what's very interesting is there's an interview with Rocky Marciano. It might have been when he was asked about Muhammad Ali. And even back then, this was like 65, 66. Even back then, he talked about how boxing was like regressing, and that like action needed to be made to stop this from happening, to where it's about making money and not about fighting the best guys. And this was in the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's like a new thing.
Yeah, it's carried over. It definitely carried over, and it will
always been a thing in boxing.
It's always going to be one of those things. But no, you heard that back then. Just like I know they were doing interviews, of course, with Jack Johnson, and how he felt when Joe Louis was the champion. Same with Joe Louis and how he felt when Muhammad Ali was the champion, so on and so forth, And then, I think, we'll continue to see that just over the course of time, But undoubtedly, I think you can look at some of the parallels as far as, or I guess some of the things that I don't know if you necessarily consider them parallels, but we do know that, of course, when you look back at some of the heavyweights from the era of like Langford, Flack, I know you were mentioning that 1910s or that
big boys, surprisingly.
Just the amount of times that they were fighting and who they were fighting, like them fighting each other, oftentimes just numerous points over and over. I mean, that is something you don't even fathom today. We got a trilogy out of Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury, for instance, but that is usually the cap these days by comparison to how it was back then. And in most cases, we only see a single fight from two good fighters. You know what I'm saying? We don't see even the trilogies or the rematches as often as we would expect. So it'll be interesting, for instance, with Crawford versus spent since this is considered to be the two best welterweights, two top 5 pound for pound fighters going at it. So I believe they're like rematch clauses and all that stuff. It'll be interesting to see if we get anything beyond 2 fights, depending on how this first one goes, and it's a sharp contrast to how it was back then. So it makes it interesting when you're just kind of looking at and ranking and trying to compare these fighters from back then with those of today,
Yeah. Who's in both of your top 5s?
That's overall top 5 boxers, period.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just mentioned that. I know I haven't done a like official ranking, but I always talk about it in my head at all times. But I of course I got Ali in there, and yeah, part of that may be a bias. I just am a major fan of Ali, his abilities, what he's able to do, all that stuff. So I have him in there, of course. Greb, Langford, Armstrong, and Robinson. So
I have it. Greb, Langford, Robinson, Armstrong, and Ali. That's my 5.
pretty much.
Yeah. Those 4, yep. The big 4, I think, regardless, should always be there. Because if you look at their stats, and I know he don't like stats, but it really is grabbing Langford, Armstrong, Robinson, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Really
you're right in that regard from a statistical standpoint.
I don't think there's any comparison to those 4. Like Greb and Langford specifically as the top 2 are
That's
just.
why I separated those.
You just can't touch them. It's impossible at this point. They've achieved like way too much for a modern boxer to even come close. It's like they wouldn't even be able to achieve that in modern times because these guys would just go on a fucking train, one town, beat the best guy there. Go like in Greb. There's actually a newspaper clipping that has Greb saying that he feels rusty because he was gone for 3 weeks without fighting. These guys are just built different, Like so you can't touch those top 2 like Langford and Greb. I just don't think it's possible anymore.
Yeah,
they try, but it just seems too like they're unrealistically great. Is my opinion. Is a good word for it.
You know who I wish we had in here? I wish we had Scrapbook in here because I know he ranks Langford over Greb. I really wish I knew why.
Oh, he talks about it in the video. Actually, I'll link you to it. It's I think it might be one of the Random Acoustic Thoughts videos, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's on one of his channels. One of the things that he does, that I definitely, from what I recall, I know he factors in is just the sort of setbacks that Langford had because of color, that some of the opportunity that he didn't get. And of course, Harry Greb didn't get the opportunity to fight for the middleweight title for the longest and all that stuff. So I know that's one of the factors that he throws in there. And then if you look at it, just scaling their careers, and I know Hardline mentions this as well, there's a very thin line between Greb and Langford, of course, but Langford, we know him. He was one of the big punchers in the sport as well. And considering where he started and how he was able to carry that up to heavyweight and knock out legit heavyweights, some of them who are all-time greats, that is a separating factor from Greb in terms of that power piece that is tied into it. So it's a very thin line is mentioned, but some of the things of that nature to that degree. And of course, if you're not born with that type of natural pop, you're going to run into. It's rare you're going to run into a Sam Langford who's able to scale from one of those lower weights and carry that power up. By that same token, you have Greb who didn't have pop, so he had to kind of just box his way through there by any means. For most
against
of it.
Heavyweights too, though.
Yeah,
that's also pretty crazy.
Yeah, so thin line between them. I think it's a very thin line between them. And I've said that I think that Greb has the best resume in the sport, in the history of the sport. But certainly, you could make an argument for Langford if you want to factor in just where he rose to in some of his heavyweight feats. And we do know that Greb fought a heavyweight, but he didn't have the amount of heavyweight fights, for instance, that Sam Langford had. But that being said, very thin line for sure.
Langford wasn't just a power puncher either. If he was, he'd be looked at as a guy like George Foreman, who only had, I think, like 8 wins or 7 wins that weren't knockouts.
Yeah.
He was good. The film we do have on him, I think we have a fight from 1910, which is
we have a lot of fight. We have Langford versus
Bill
what's his
Lang.
name?
Fireman
Yeah,
Jim
Bill Lang.
Sin, but I don't think that's a very that performance seems a bit.
I don't know which performance I don't know which fight because they fought more than once. I don't know which one that was.
So my personal favorite fight of Langford would be the one against Joe Jeanette because
that's on film.
He looks like Jane.
Yes.
Yeah,
but it's one of the later fights in the series of the two. I watched that 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact. But yeah,
Tony, but 5'6".
Yeah, but check it out, Flat. If you haven't seen that, but it is on film. I forget which fight number it is, but it's one because they fought multiple times. But it's him and Langford, and it's a decent amount of footage as far as the overall fight. Now
I made highlights of it on my channel a day ago, yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
If you're interested in that, Flack, then there's
give you
highlights.
guys a like and subscribe. Flack Boxing Fight Fan, as I mentioned, for sure. No, that's good stuff. But yeah, it's cool to see that Langford, Bill Lang, you get to really see technique-wise just kind of how he operated in there with guys who were bigger.
The Bill Lang fight is hilarious to me because he's outweighed by 40 pounds and he's bullying this person. I searched up the weight. Langford was 166 pounds. Bill Lang was 204 pounds.
What year was this?
It was 1904.
He was.
No, I think it was after that.
Sorry, 1909.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't think it was that early, but because he was a little bit smaller when he first started. But it's worth checking out there.
I'll post it if you want.
I'll definitely check it out. I know for most of his prime, he was like 175, 100 and did he ever get 180?
Yeah, he got up later in his career.
Well, I know, but I mean, in his prime, when he was at his absolute best, did he ever reach 180?
Yeah, he reached 190 in his prime.
Wow!
In that Jeanette fight, he weighs 185, but he looks really fast. He looked in his prime, on point. Langford in that fight looks like a modern fight, like a modern fighter with an old school style because he's great defense, great hand speed, great setups.
He was very smart.
Yeah, and
he didn't make
kept
any
tying him up. I will say that. So in this fight, Jeanette's going to tie him up a lot because he knew about the power of Langford. So
I have the highlights of Langford on my channel though. If you want to check it out.
Check that one out because during that fight, anytime Langford was in there getting ready to tee off, Jeanette was tying him up.
He was terrified. I can't blame him in the slightest.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I mean, Langford was basically like a super middleweight.
Yeah.
The power of a 240-pound man.
Mm-hmm.
We have the descriptions of. I think we have one of battling Jim Johnson.
Yeah,
and I know we have some of Harry Wills, and when they talk about his power. Yeah, I think Harry Wills I forgot who. Someone said they were seeing black horses and shit after they got rocked by Sam Langford. Someone was saying the kind of stuff you see when you die. That's what I was seeing. He was getting hit.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, so I hold Harry Wills in high regards. I rank him as my fourth heavyweight, and of course, him and Langford had a rivalry. Now he met Langford while Langford was in his prime, and Harry Wills was still kind of getting there. Langford, he couldn't touch Langford, Harry Wills, that is. But then eventually, Langford started to slide a bit, moving out of his prime, and from there, Harry Wills moved into his prime, and even Langford couldn't beat him. And this was still a formidable Langford, but certainly not one who was the peak version of himself, but he couldn't beat Harry Wills at that point, and he would have beat a number of other heavyweights, I'd imagine, during that period as well. But I hold Wills in high regard.
Same.
And I think that had we got the fight with Dempsey, then the boxing collective, it would be the same case with them as well, as his name would be mentioned a bit more amongst those great heavyweights.
I don't know how that one would go though, because we know Harry Wills. He was knocked out a bit, but when he was knocked out, it was by great punchers.
Yeah,
someone can go look at who knocked him out.
Dempsey was also a great puncher, though.
Exactly. That's exactly why. I think Harry Wills will have no trouble just outboxing him, but what if he gets caught really badly?
Yeah, that's what makes it very much intriguing, for sure. Just thinking about, Dempsey could punch, and how would Wills deal with that? But I do think that at that particular time, if they would have fought there between 1918, 1922, then Wills at that point wasn't getting knocked out. Nobody could really touch him at that particular point. Yeah. So that would have made it very intriguing. So we would have had the best Dempsey and we would have had the best Harry Wills if it would have been somewhere in that period, because the whole notion of the fight being signed in 1925 and them fighting in 1926, that was not going to necessarily be the best of either one of them, because Dempsey was barely fighting at that point, and even Harry Wills at that point, he started not fighting as much as well. So it wasn't going to be the best of either one of them if they had fought in 1925 and beyond,
I think Harry Wills' wife, I don't say that, but I know she passed away.
Oh, did she?
I fuck it up.
It might very well. I didn't quote a lot of the personal stuff. I know in the video I made on him, I did put a picture in there with him, but that could have been the case.
I'm pretty sure she killed herself after he had lost to
Sharky.
I don't know. It might have been. I'm not sure,
because his big loss, in the 20s, that basically took him out of the title picture, was his loss to Sharky. So I think that might be.
But that was a disqualification, and then he got knocked out by Paulino Euskadun, which we do have footage of that one.
Apparently, there's footage of the Sharky fight too, but it's lost.
Oh, yeah?
Hopefully it's found. It's found.
Yeah, that would be cool to have right there. That would certainly be cool to have. To just kind of read into this knockout or whatever, or this disqualification or whatever, because it'd be interesting to know. So I don't know the full particulars surrounding this, but it would be interesting to see what went down.
But about his wife, what are you referring to? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of confused about.
No, because he had lost. I'm pretty sure he had lost a fight that took him out of title contention, and she killed herself because his career was going nowhere.
Seemingly because of that.
Still, bro.
No.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure he went on to be a successful. I don't remember what he did, but I know he was successful later in life.
I think he was a real estate agent, right?
Okay, yeah, I can't remember. I know Random Acoustic Thoughts knows, but he did have success, so money wasn't an issue for him. And
that's a good ending for him. I'm glad. I'm glad Wills.
A lot of people don't get that ending.
Suffered that fate that Lightford had, and Lewis, where he basically spent everything and went broke. So I'm glad he had a happy ending. Somewhat.
Yeah, familiar story.
Yeah, we know Benny Leonard had to come out of retirement because of the stock market crash, and he was very successful after he became a millionaire after he had lost his money. There's a quote. I love this quote. It was he said it was what does it matter when you lose hundreds of thousands of dollars when you walk away with millions or something like that? Because he had got very wealthy after he had lost his money in the stock market, and he had to go and fight Jimmy McLarnin.
Oh yeah, having to return out of there. Yeah, the recession that did in a lot of fighters. I know that's what happened with Braddock as well. as
I didn't
he
know
was
that.
having success. Yeah, he had like a taxi company amongst some other ventures, but then when the stock market crashed, that's when he lost pretty much everything, and he had that point where he had to go on welfare and all that, because that's a part of his story too, when they're kind of talking about the whole Cinderella Man thing. But yeah, he was pretty much just willing to fight any and everyone, and that's partially why he started to rack up a lot of those losses, because hey, it was just a means for him to get money at that point. He had lost so much.
Yeah, that happens to a lot of fighters. It's a similarity that I think Ezra Charles and Tommy Loughran both share. Those two are arguably the two greatest light heavyweights ever, and they both have like a similar record. And they both have the similar record because they both had to fight after their primes to earn money.
So, yeah, I didn't even know the case with Tommy Loughran. It was the case like that,
I think it was a money issue, but I know
Yeah.
he had a rough go at it too because he was fighting at heavyweight.
Yeah, I think that's why those guys went up to heavyweight to try to get that money, even if it meant they were giving up size. So, but that's where the money was, without a doubt. In terms,
the heavyweight division was where all the money was, because if you were the heavyweight champ, you were the man. You were like the guy. So
the guy.
Who cares if you're the light heavyweight champion? The average person won't care, like even back then, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's understandable that these guys would move up in weight, even if they really weren't built for the weight itself. They didn't care, because it was, just kind of looking past and thinking about what came with being a heavyweight champion. And it's pretty crazy that, we've gone through periods where the heavyweight division has had strong moments. There are some where there might have been some lulls. Here, kind of where we're at now, this here in modern time, right here today, we feel like we felt for the last few years that we've had enough competition out there to kind of make it more of one of those top divisions. And it seemed as though we were heading in that direction, but even that now is kind of subsided. As far as I'm concerned, it seemingly has subsided, just because we're in that point where, hey, we're not getting all of those top tier fights. And, one of the complaints with the Klitschko's was just like, oh, this is a lull and all that stuff. But at least they fought all the guys that, they were putting.
They fought everyone.
They fought.
People weren't upset that they didn't fight each other, were they?
Yeah, they were very upset that they wouldn't fight each other, but like
they weren't gonna do that. Yeah.
Can you blame them? Like,
no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to see two brothers fight. I mean, imagine the rift that could potentially cause in those two relationships.
I think Vitaly anyway, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, being an older brother and all, that would have certainly. I'd imagine they had some sparring. I wonder if they have some sparring footage out there that'll get released or something.
That'd be crazy.
It would have been. Yeah, it wouldn't have been. Yeah, I can't blame them for not fighting each other right there. I mean, with given the stakes and all, it's like beat the hell out of your brother, and then it's kind of no-win situation,
Yeah.
Oh, there is footage of them sparring on YouTube.
Oh, there is some of it.
Apparently, I'm like,
okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't looked into it,
but
it might be cool. So
it's not even it's like training pretty much, but like still,
I bet they have some wars in the gym, because I mean they were the top two heavyweights in the world at one point.
Mm-hmm.
That sibling rivalry.
Too.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's how you get better. That's why I imagine, even with the thing about sort of Spence and Crawford, that it also makes it intriguing with them being two of the top fighters. Like in their camps, they have other top level fighters that they're working with. With Spence, of course, working with the Charlos. Think about Crawford and his ties to some of the athletes that were part of the Olympic team and all that stuff. With Shakur Stevenson. Then I know there are other guys who are in that camp as well, who are some young pros who are Olympians and all. So that makes it even more intriguing. Just think about it. They're getting good work on the back end as well. So it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out when they get in the ring with each other.
Yeah, they're real good, but modern boxing that's not my thing. I don't even have much knowledge in it really.
Yeah.
I mean, I follow it, but like Crawford Spence, I'm hyped for that, very hyped. But like with a lot of smaller tier boxers nowadays, I find it a bit hard to pay attention because the classic era is just so interesting.
Better,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
better. It's just say it. You can say it. It's better.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's why I don't dive too much into the modern stuff, just overall, because I do have a love for all of the classic stuff, the vintage competitions that were taking place, and there's so much of it out there. So many boxers that we don't necessarily cover or haven't covered because of the fact that it has a rich history and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So,
there's so many interesting ones.
But yeah, I found a number of very intriguing stories, and just intriguing fights, and just the conditions is like stuff that you couldn't even fathom happening here in modern times, but it was happening back then, and some of it is just plain scandalous, it would seem. But it makes it very intriguing.
Yeah, like
Studying it.
Greb schooling Dempsey in a sparring session. In what other era would that happen? Where a middleweight just bullies a heavyweight champion in sparring?
Yeah,
pretty crazy.
What no who was Shakur Stevens' last fight against? Who was that?
It's a Japanese fighter. His name was I believe Noshino or something like. He was undefeated. He was a Japanese fighter, and I believe he stopped him in the middle rounds.
That was his debut at a new weight class, right? Was that his
lightweight debut? That was his first fight at 135, and of course now we have some guys moving out. Devin Haney has all the belts, but he might move up to 140.
I hope he fights Shakur before moving up.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't watch that. Did you see Shakur's output in his last fight? It was like 9 punches a round. That was so I watched the first 2 rounds and I stopped. And it was like one shot at a time, and it was just like 9 punches spaced out throughout the round. I couldn't watch it. It was
I think that Shakur, if he's in there with Haney or Tank or someone like that, he'll rise to the occasion. This Japanese fighter that he was going up against, I hadn't really seen him. I didn't know of him, and he was just one of the final individuals that took the fight after trying to get some of the other top names in there. But of course, I don't think that we're going to get Haney versus Shakur or anything of that nature. Maybe not even Tank versus Shakur, because
his boxing sucks. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Boxing sucks.
I don't think we're going to get those, because I think Haney's going to move up, because he's already seemingly. You can just tell that he's probably struggling to make that weight, or at least he's doing a lot to get down to 135, because he's big for the weight. You can just tell. And I think 140 is in his future for sure.
Another reason I don't really watch modern boxing is I did watch Haney versus Lomachenko.
Yeah,
and the decision forget about the decision, just the fight itself. Like you can go watch a Jimmy McLarnin fight, and Jimmy McLarnin looks like a god compared to these guys, right? You could go watch. I mean no disrespect, but you can go watch Barney Ross, and Barney Ross looks like Floyd Mayweather × 5 against these guys.
I'll never get what modern fans say when they think, "Oh, look at how untechnical McLarnin."
Barney Ross was super technical,
like Devin Haney, but these modern guys aren't. They have they have crappy performances a lot of the times too. Like Haney looked very. Imagine if we're in an era where this is the only footage of Haney. He looks pretty mediocre compared to the Haney that beat I forgot his name. Kambosos. Like he looks, but it's natural since he's fighting someone so good like Lomachenko. But it just means that just because you're modern, it won't be mean that you look better in like every fight. Like I've seen fights with McLarnin, Armstrong, Durant, Leonard, where they look much better than Haney does. Or
Well, for a lot of those guys, that's just kind of their styles. Like Benny Leonard, his style it's meant to look like that. It's not meant to look like, but it's no matter what performance you look at, even if we had more than 2 fights recorded, it's gonna look like the same thing each time. It's gonna be him spinning his opponent around whenever he gets halfway to the ropes, and it's gonna be him controlling the ring and just very technical, clean boxing. He didn't make many mistakes off of the film that we have.
yeah, he's great on the film we have. Insane.
And that's a 1922 against Lefty Lieutenant and then 1932 against Jimmy McLarnin. That was his last fight. That's supposed to be him out of his prime.
Yeah.
I have met the dumbest people on this topic. I'm sorry to say. I've met people who say that Willie Pep is primitive and like
that's wild. I've never heard that before.
They say Benny Leonard is a bad boxer by modern style. Like it's just people just say nonsense.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. I've met people who actually have these arguments that Robinson's primitive, that Armstrong's primitive and has no defense, he gets hit. And like the film that they use for examples contradicts what they say, but like they're so deluded in this idea that modern automatically means better. Like, Usain Bolt and Jesse Owens, like compare them. But how about we actually compare them then?
Yeah, right. No,
Usain Bolt is like 6'6", and if you analyze Owens, he's 5'10", and he was able to, like, if you take away his crappy conditions, that is his technology where he didn't even have starting blocks.
Yeah.
And that his terrain was horrific. Like, past athletes have less records than modern athletes for a reason, is because modern athletes have better equipment.
Right.
But this doesn't have to do with, like, the athletes themselves. Jesse Owens, there's a study done on his bones after he died, I believe, and the estimation was that he would be very close to Usain Bolt in a race. He would be right behind him, like right behind him. He would actually have the statistics of a modern Olympian. If you take his record from 1936, and his terrain was horrific. He had no starting blocks. And even with that performance alone, once you take into I'm going on this whole Jesse Owens rant. I don't even know why, but it just shows that, like, just because you're modern doesn't automatically mean you're better. Like, I've seen people argue that Chisora could beat Joe Louis because he's modern.
Get the hell out of here.
It's like, I'm not kidding. This is not.
Yeah, no, I believe you. I know.
Well, you can go more detailed into that and go as to why these modern boxers aren't better. And one of the biggest reasons is these guys can't go past 8 rounds without dying.
Yeah,
these guys look like they're on the verge of just collapsing and dying after 8 rounds.
Except for Usyk and like Fury.
Oh yeah. Oh,
most of them look dead.
Guys like Haney. Like Haney looked gone. Like at the 9th round, he looked gone.
Haney always fades in his fights. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the one critique. He always if he fades like that against Tank, he is screwed. He is screwed. If he fades in those late rounds, he's getting knocked out.
Yeah, and he looked discouraged. But yeah, you hear some crazy stuff out there. I see it in the comments all the time where, people just equate modern with better. But no, it's not like that. I mean, there's more into it than more that goes into it than what you think. And I can throw several things in the mix, right? They're talking about, well, I'll go down a rant, but essentially if you took a guy like Primo Carnero, for instance, and threw him in this era, it would be one of the top heavyweights. And if you take say, for instance, you look at or have people watch film of him, they'll disregard him and all that stuff. So, that guy wasn't any good, whatever. He doesn't know how to box. But then you have a guy like Deontay Wilder who doesn't have much of a technique at all. He has a punch, but technically speaking, he's not that good. If you took him and threw him back in the 20s and 30s, people would say he's trash, right? They would say, he couldn't beat anybody at this time.
He's too primitive to fight nowadays.
So I think it's just one of those things. It's that sort of modern bias, living in the now, of course.
Like, if we use this evolution of sports like thing forever, like, are we also arguing that Ali can't compete nowadays because sports nutrition has definitely increased from the 1960s? But how
Right.
about like for other sports, like
I hate that
Will
nutrition
Chamberlain?
argument.
Yeah.
Will Chamberlain was an incredible athlete, as was James J. Jeffries. Have you seen
Right.
what he achieved? Like his like feats are incredible for someone from that time period. He ran like 11 seconds on a 100-meter thing without shoes on a rough terrain. Like for someone 220 pounds, that's unthinkable.
Yeah.
That's unthinkable. It's like great athletes always exist. It's always going to happen. And in boxing, that also is the case in the 30s, 20s, 10s, 40s. It doesn't matter. They're always going to exist. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with
I
you
mean,
there 100%.
yeah, same. I agree with that. I think there at one point there was a time where boxing was. I don't like the word primitive, but he used it a lot, so fuck it, I'll use it. But
It's true.
there was times, and we have footage of I think it was the Fitzsimmons and was
Corbett?
it Fitzsimmons? Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, Fitzsimmons.
And there's times. Yeah, there's times where they just circle each other, and someone will come in and hit, and then they circle, and someone else will come in, and it's kind of very. Funny enough, the output is almost what it's like today, but
Yeah.
but there was at times, but that and I always say this: there's no one size fits all for boxing. It was
No.
different. Every fighter was different. You have Primo Carnera, who technically on a technical level, well, he wasn't great. Right, but then we have guys like Joe Gans, who was in his prime over 115 years ago, and Joe Gans, you could fit Joe Gans in today, and he looks just as modern. The only thing that's different is he holds his hands at his chest instead of at his chin. But
Also,
there's
he
guys like
does
Tommy,
a few weird things too. But like, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
but there's guys like Tommy Loughran, who fought like with his hands on his hips almost. Like he fought, his hands were very like low, and they were ready, and his lead arm was ready to use as a leverage guard, right? Things like that, people will consider that, oh, that's primitive, or oh, that's not. No, because his style was perfect for it. Joe Gans' style was perfect for it. He was a fantastic fighter at mixing in leverage guards with clinches, and he would mix his punches in and with clinches, and everything came together with him. But people will go look at that and say, oh, fighters from back then, they couldn't compete. Now they were too primitive. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Just watch Langford footage and Mike
Exactly.
Gibbons footage, and just watch like I posted like great highlights of Tommy Gibbons as well. Like I post these things on my channel. I mainly made it because of people like this who think that these past eras were like primitive and like unskilled. I make these videos to kind of disprove that. You feel me? Like because it's just unfair because these people are legends. They fought hundreds of times, and their legacies are just as these overhyped primitive dudes that old heads use only. Like it's kind of unfair.
Oh yeah, I hear that argument.
Yeah.
Someone said that. Someone asked me for my top 5, and I think at the time I gave the standard 4 of Greb, Langford, Robinson, Armstrong. I think I threw in like Benny Leonard in there. And they were like, "Oh, here comes an old head" or something like that.
Oh, like shut up, bro! Like
You
just because not Mike Tyson in our top 5. Like shut up, please.
Well, here we go. No, that's funny.
But it's like, because you don't say names like Manny Pacquiao and Roy Jones Jr., you're 75 years old.
The casual top 5 is always like Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather, Pacquiao, Roy Jones, Ali, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
He's too primitive for modern boxing, so I guess we'll have to use like Jake Paul instead.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Look what he's able to do. Carve out a nice little record, nice niche for himself in the sport of boxing, right? Even the WBC was talking about ranking him if he were to beat Tommy Fury when they had previously fought. So that tells you a lot right there.
That's an all-time low for boxing if they rank him after that. Yeah. That's wild. I pray that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's not now, but who knows down the road, because they'll do anything for that sanctioning fee. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just just insanity. But certainly, yeah, I think that stuff is overblown to think that these fighters back in the day weren't skilled. I had someone trying to make an argument that they didn't know how to move their head. I think I was
There's
ranting
no way
here.
they actually have they seen Gene Tunney, Benny Leonard, like anyone like from that period, Tommy Loughran. These guys can't move their head. These guys can't play defense. They can't move their feet.
Right. You think
Are
your
they
head movement
great
just
at-
evolved into head movement within the last 30 years? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Prior to
Floyd
that,
just
everyone
invented it
saw
out
a
of
punch
nowhere.
coming and just looked at it like, huh? What do I do? What do I do?
Like, since the dawn of time, the basic instinct reaction to a punch is to move away. That's
Right.
everyone's basic. You're not going to invent that. It's an instinct. Like if someone punches me, I'm not going to be like, okay, I'm just going to stand here and take it because I'm a stupid primitive fighter who's not going to realize it till Floyd Mayweather comes. Like, bro, what? Watch Charlie Burley. He's better than Mayweather on film. Even
Right. Hey, that's exactly what I was about to say. I was talking about that in the last film. Look at Charlie Burley. I don't think there's anything we see today. Like, what new can you invent in boxing? There's nothing new to invent. I mean, what is there? I mean, you look at a guy like Charlie Burley. You mean to tell me? And we only have a limited amount of footage of him. And you mean to tell me this guy can compete in
he
new
still
eras?
looks better than most people at middleweight nowadays. Like,
right. So, yeah, it's insanity. I think it'll continue to go on because most people, of course, I think history is something that some people digest in spurts, or they may just hear sort of the top layer or see the title, but they don't dig into the actual content. So you'll forever have sort of this notion and people who will throw out certain names, but they don't really necessarily know the backstory behind said names and kind of
they never do.
what their career truly was like and all of that stuff. So that's one of the mixed things. That's why I appreciate individuals who are for the history, like to dive into the mix and all of that stuff like you guys. So
Respect.
I think it's a good revelation. We're at a good time technology wise where we are able to share some of this knowledge, get some of this.
Yeah, we can also recreate these fight films too. Like, I saw this footage of Langford that looked insane. Like, I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
It's very like it's HD, but it's of Langford versus Lang.
Okay, yeah. Man, I wonder if Smooth Legends did that, but yeah, it's pretty dope. They have Sam McVeigh versus battling Jim Johnson as well, and I know Smooth Legends redid that one, fixed the frame weight, and it looks very good. And you can see they were fighting in a ring. That the ring looked like it was like 7x7 or 8x8 or something like that. Just think about that. And I think it was Australia. Is either Australia or France, one of the two.
1910, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, someone called battling Jim Johnson mediocre. That I'm so sorry. That's like when people do that shit, they go, oh, if you look at his record, he's like 35-35 or something like that. It's like, look at who he fought.
Emmanuel Augustus is like 38-36. Have you seen that?
But Emmanuel Augustus didn't fight Sam Langford 12 times. He didn't fight Sam McVeigh 7 times. He didn't fight Joe Jeanette 3 times. He didn't fight Harry Wills 3 times. He didn't fight Jack Johnson. Like that.
Did he win any of those though?
Yeah. He never beat Sam Langford. He didn't beat Jack Johnson. He beat Joe Jeanette a few times. I think twice.
Oh, so he's pretty good. Like, I don't know why people are hating on him.
He never beat Sam McVeigh. He didn't. I don't think he beat Jeff Clark, or he did beat Jeff Clark, but he didn't beat Kid Norfolk. He lost to Kid Norfolk. Like, dude, that is, if you're looking at resumes under 100 fights, that's one of the hardest resumes. Like, that's insane. And he won. And he won every other fight that wasn't named Sam Langford or Joe Jeanette, Sam McVeigh.
This poor guy had to fight these dudes so many times. I feel so bad. I'm looking at his resume right now. I just feel it for him.
I mean, there was
again. Like, fuck.
Yeah, you had to go through those guys. Those guys didn't have a path to the championship, so therefore, if you were trying to get to their level, you had no path to their level without going through them. You know,
he looked pretty good in that fight versus McVeigh, though. It wasn't like, it didn't look like he was going to get killed. He was kind of holding his own. He wasn't beating
McVeigh looked pretty awkward in that fight, though. Like, he had a weird jab. Like, it wasn't really a jab. It was like he put his fist forward and kind of ran to Jim Johnson. I get that. Like, even Langford complained that he believed that McVeigh was kind of overrated. He thought that he wasn't really a technical boxer, and on film, that kind of becomes apparent. But McVeigh had power.
Yeah, he did have power. He was a big puncher, and certainly, yeah, from a technical standpoint, that wasn't his strong suit. But I think he could certainly make up for it in what he brought otherwise. I mean, he had good stamina. I mean, we saw that by virtue of some of the longer fights he's been in, especially the Paris fight, the third fight with Jeanette. So I think that he had the type of pop that, he could change a fight at any moment. So you had to be technically sound, I would think, and also pretty tough and solid enough to take his punches to be able to get a victory over him. And you had to be aware of that for the duration of a fight, because he could go the distance as well, even with that girth to him, or being one of the more ripped and kind of just solidly built fighters at that time.
Surprisingly, he can last a long distance. I think it took like 40 rounds for him to get tired against Joe Jeanette when he had that crazy fight with him.
Yeah,
that one crazy fight in Paris. I forgot which one it was, but
I thought there was more fights in Paris. I know I
there
know
were.
those two became like legends in Paris.
Yeah, but like there was one fight where it lasted
Yeah.
49 rounds, and then
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
knocked Jeanette down. Sorry, I have a stutter fuck with this fucking cold. He knocked Jeanette down about 20 times. I think it was exaggerated. I heard like on a forum I saw they said it was like a bit over the top, but basically it took McVeigh 40 rounds for him to gas out against Jeanette, which is pretty impressive for someone so big.
Yeah. It was it was a lot of stuff. I didn't include it all in. I did that video and I have a video on it, but it was from the McVeigh video. I had an account that I was reading of it that was pretty much detailing everything round by round, and of course that could take a long period of time to include everything in there. But yeah, it was a pretty brutal fight. And McVeigh, or Jeanette, he was known for an iron chin in some sense, and he just kept getting up.
In the Langford fight, he must have an iron like chin because he took some shots in that one.
Yeah, he kept getting up in that fight, this long fight, the 49 round fight with McVeigh. It was just a matter of both of them had nearly beat each other to death, and it's just like McVeigh's corner. And I think in agreement, they're just like, "Hey, we're done. We're not gonna stop him." And who knows what would have happened had they continued going forward. So almost like Ali Frazier 3, where they were just going at it, and then Frazier was still in it, but it's just like, no, we just need to stop this thing. We just need to stop this. He's not going back out there. One of those type situations,
When I was going through the Marciano highlights, I ended up watching the full fight with Joe Louis. He's got one of the hardest chins I've ever seen in my life. He was 37 years old fighting a prime 25. No. He was like 27-year-old Marciano or something like that. He was, and he wasn't too old, but in Marciano, he's hitting him with the same shot over and over and over, and that's when you can see like, oh yeah, this is definitely an old Louis because he's not adjusting. But Louis would flick a jab out, and Marciano would throw a huge overhand at the same time, and he'd always land. And it was like one time he wobbled Louis because he had Louis against the fence or against the ropes, and he kind of backed up and lunged in and cracked him and just wobbled him. But it was like, I've never seen anything like it before. Such an old guy like Louis just eating the same huge right hand by Marciano.
Louis has an underrated chin though, because I always see him get slack for his chin because but Tony Galento knocked him out, like all that shit. I hear that so much. It's like a meme at this point. But he takes some pretty hard shots from Max Schmeling too. He has a pretty good chin.
I think it was 73 right hands that he ate before he got knocked out by Schmeling.
They counted
Yeah.
it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they counted. It was like 70, 73, and the 74th one knocked him out.
So yeah, his chin isn't glass. I don't know why everyone says that Lewis has a glass chin. His chin's
No, he doesn't. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I think that's certainly a misconception. And yeah, in that last fight with Marciano, so certainly that's a man of desperation. Of course, he probably didn't want to be there in
His
terms of
story's
fighting
messed up.
again, but the money, he needed it. And it's unfortunate how that went down with him, especially him owing taxes for work that was done in charity, seemingly for the military and things of that nature. It's just insane how that went down, you know?
Yeah, it was the Army Release Fund and the Navy Release Fund. He that he donated all of his money to, and they just kept trying to get more from him. And it's messed up. And he think he worked as like a greeter at a hotel before he died, and they let
Yeah.
him stay there. Like, that's Joe Louis. That's crazy to think about. It's like,
Yeah, this man was on top of the world in the 30s and 40s, and now he's just
Yeah.
this is all he's doing. Crazy how Sam Langford could go from being this international star who goes to different countries and boxes, and everyone he's kind of a draw, even though he
hmm
is not the champion. He was pretty famous back then, but then he ends his life as in this box. I heard.
Yeah,
It was-
obscurity, had someone ran across him, and then they were like, hey, let's put something together, try to get funds for him to help him out. But when you're talking about one of the top fighters, yeah, the story is all too familiar for, some of them.
It's a man who on his best day could beat anyone in the world in his prime, but he's just John L. He's a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
He was the most dominant heavyweight arguably ever, even compared to the people like Lewis. If you look at him in the 1880s, then you just see the most, everyone lasts barely around against him, or they basically last to survive against him. That's a prime John L. But then at the end of his life, he's broke. He's basically trying to make money by basically his name alone. I heard he died with $5 on himself, but that's it. It's unfortunate how people on top of the world could just die like that, in such a bad.
Yeah, he went to some very low points where he practically didn't have anything. When he died, he was comfortable, I would say, because he had some land and he had, I don't know if it's necessarily a farm per se, but he had some animals that he cared to and all of that stuff. So he was in a better state than he was probably at the turn of the century, getting to the early part of the 1900s, because through the latter part of the 1980s, he went through so much, but he got a little bit more comfortable there at the time of his death. But it paled in comparison, because at the time it was projected that he had made over $1 million fighting, and that's $1 million in a time where, of course, if we compare it today with inflation, it would be well beyond that. So he squandered a lot of that away just during that period where he was dealing with a lot of personal issues, alcoholism, etc., legal issues as well. And
what I would do for footage of a prime Sullivan.
Yeah, that would be super dope right there.
If it's even humanly possible for that.
Even a non-prime Sullivan, but not the sort of old Sullivan that we saw in the little footage that we do have. But even freaking the late 1890s, I always share the story that it was intended to be him in that footage that Thomas Edison did of James Corbett and Peter Courtney.
But he was too out of shape.
Right? Yeah, he turned it down because I think the amount was $5,000, which was still pretty solid for that time, and he wanted more, and they ultimately went with
my favorite boxing story ever. I'm sorry to interrupt you, 86.
No, you did.
It's just it's this story in 1905 when Sullivan had this short-lived comeback against Jim McCormick, who he was doing exhibitions with. So at this point, he's almost 50 years old. He's out of shape, 270 pounds, 80 pounds. His
Yeah.
alcoholism has gotten to him, and if you see that footage of him in the 1910 where he's like with Corbett,
Yeah.
Jeffries and stuff, like he looks almost the same. He's out of shape, but
Mhm.
Jim McCormick was someone who was able to last 15 rounds with Jack Johnson. He was able to give a good competitive fight with Gus Rowland. So this is a
Okay.
person who is, although not the best fighter, is still a capable fighter and someone that Sullivan should not be in the ring with, right? Like hypothetically, like this is someone that belongs in the same ring as like not Jim McCormick, that's for sure. So,
Yeah.
but in reality, when the fight happened, Sullivan knocked him out cold for 5 minutes in round 2. So this just
Insane.
shows it's just like crazy.
Yeah, I had heard about that. I had heard about that before. That is pretty insane thinking about it, because yeah, that was certainly a far cry of the Sullivan of old, and yeah, it's very interesting how things went down. But man, footage of him that would be gold as well, and certainly opportunities almost presented themselves. Footage of Peter Jackson from that period would have been great to have as well. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, that's a good one. I was we were talking about him earlier, or I was.
yeah,
Every
yeah,
contemporary report I read about Peter Jackson says that he's better than Jack
Yep.
Johnson, like
yeah,
wise. So that's impressive.
yeah. That is. It would be so cool to have some of that. We do have a lot of good accounts, though, documented. So yeah, hopefully more of this other stuff with some films that we know were filmed pops up. Of course, I always say leaving out hope in some capacity. We'll see new things pop up all the time, but time will tell for sure.
Hopefully.
Time
Do
will tell.
Do we have any accounts of Maxie Rosenblum style? I know it's a lot more recent, so I would assume we do. But
We do, but it's very hard. It's like Greb style. It's very
Yeah,
hard to describe.
oh wow, he was a high output fighter.
He was
yeah.
a slapsy. He was a
Slapsy.
slapper.
I
It
was
has the perfect name.
Think some Calzaghe, a little bit of Calzaghe, probably mixed in with some others. But yeah, he was known to slap his punches. That's how he got that nickname.
I always thought it was because he had 19 knockouts and 223
Yeah,
wins.
but
I figured they were just
that's why. That's
making
his.
fun of him, because he can't knock no one out.
But no, his style would be like if you watch footage of Ali, right? He was kind of a slapper himself. Like you see him slapping a few.
Well, he flicked his jab out a lot. He liked to when he would move laterally, he would flick it out a lot.
But all of Maxi's punches were pretty much slaps, though. Apparently, he wasn't like he was more of like a puncher, like who wouldn't actually punch. He would just kind of bitch smack you
Yeah.
to a decision. So that's like, yeah.
One thing I always found real interesting is look at Mike Tyson's run in the 80s, and again it's impressive, but it's not like, first of all, it's not like Harry Greb's run. It's not like Henry Armstrong's 1937-1938 run, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he gets talked about. That run is so famous that those few years in the 80s,
Because the
like,
press
imagine.
is just different in the 80s compared to the 1920s. Like Mike Tyson is just, yeah.
But could you imagine though, right? If we had Henry Armstrong, because Henry Armstrong was laying everybody out too. That was
Yeah.
that 27-0, 27 knockout run. That was the 37-38 run. Imagine if we had that today, how it would be looked on. Because even
Oh yeah.
all these years later after Mike Tyson's run, it's still looked at as like, oh, that was, no one could have beat Mike Tyson. Which I guarantee, I can give you 10 heavyweights who could have smoked him in that run. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Mike Tyson's just so like he's obviously Iron Mike, like he's iconic, but his resume is seriously overrated during that period. A lot of his best wins are over basically Holmes' leftovers who were old.
Yeah.
Like, actually, if you
But-
just like I
What
don't
were
know.
you saying?
Like if you just analyze it, he's just that resume is just not very impressive. Like James Quick Tillis almost beat him and in the
Oh, yeah.
in 86, and like, well, not almost beat him, but he had a pretty competitive fight with him and made him look very human.
Mm-hmm.
I
So,
know your guys' knowledge of this time period is way better than mine. Who was that? He fought a guy who repeat. He just kept throwing. He would lunge in and throw 1-2, and he did it over and over and over. And that's all he did until he eventually got knocked out cold.
what
Like,
did he look like?
he was a big white dude.
Francis Botha, maybe?
It was just the same. It was the same 1-2, and it was that for like 3 minutes until Mike Tyson sleeps him out cold. Like, that's the guy who Mike Tyson beat in his run. That's one of his quality opponents. That's
It
more
depends
primitive
on
than
who
any
this
boxing
is.
I can show you from pre 1900. That shit right there. That's way more primitive. But imagine if we had a Maxie Rosenblum today. He'd be the people would call him the greatest boxer ever.
Oh, he'd be so hated, though. He'd be so hated.
No, he wouldn't. Yes, but still, people still call Floyd the greatest. Clearly, he's not the greatest, but he was so good and so dominant, and he beat everybody. If we had Maxie Rosenblum, who was like, you think Floyd didn't get no knockouts? Look at Maxie Rosenblum. Imagine if we had that. People would still, yeah, sure, people wouldn't like him, but people would think he's the greatest boxer of all time just for the pure amount of wins and how he didn't. And when he was at his very best, he wasn't losing like every fight.
No, he had some pretty solid runs for sure.
So I think it's just about who we have at the time, because when Jack Dempsey was a heavyweight, when he married, what's that actress's name? Something Taylor.
Estelle Taylor.
Right. She's like the hottest woman on the planet at that time. He marries her. He's the biggest athlete in the world. People are talking about him being the greatest boxer ever. Right? But it's just the times, right? That's the same shit happened with Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
the
because
same
Jack
shit
Dempsey
happened
is
with
the
Floyd
GOAT, that's for sure.
What'd you say?
Yeah, because Jack Dempsey, like, he sure ain't the GOAT. I'm sorry. Like, I think that dude's pretty overrated. Like,
I don't think he's overrated because his numbers are solid. They do hold up better than most people would think. But he's not a top 5 heavyweight ever.
Yeah, heavyweight, like, people were massively overrating him in the 20s. Like, they were
exactly
like saying that he beat everyone. Like, I've seen people say, "Oh, but Jack Dempsey would beat Ali because, like, in 1919 he was invincible." Like, bro, he was calm down, bro.
But that's the thing, though. In the 20s, that's how they were talking about Jack Dempsey, right? Right.
Yeah, they were.
Right now, that's how they're talking about Floyd Mayweather. He's undefeated. Nobody could beat him. Right. That's how they were talking about Mike Tyson in the 80s. It's all about who's popular at that moment, because whoever is at the top, people are going to call him the greatest boxer ever. Even the casuals. People really think that, like, a mythical matchup between Tyson and Ali is the biggest thing that could ever happen. It's just because of how popular these guys got.
Yeah, Ali was in his head well before the fight even started, so Tyson was ready to crumble.
That's what I'm saying. I think that if we had one of these guys from the 20s, 30s, 40s, one of these guys who went on these extraordinary runs, people will call this fighter the greatest boxer of all time. It's why that I really don't care for what how people hold up these boxers highly, because it's all just about
Barfield has a better resume than Floyd Mayweather.
What'd you say?
Soldier Barfield has a better resume than Floyd Mayweather.
I would not go that far. I'm not as low.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, like, kind of like, and I'm someone who rates Floyd pretty highly. Like, if you just analyze wins alone, like, it's kind of like a crack take. It's like if you're high as fuck, this is like a take that's a person like would have, but like, it's pretty true if you analyze wins alone. Mike Gibbons, Ted Kid Lewis, Harry Greb.
Like, he beat all of them?
Yeah.
He holds wins over those guys?
Yeah, like, obviously those guys beat him in like a series, but like, he still has wins over them technically. He beat Mike Gibbons, Ted Kid Lewis, Mike O'Dowd, I think.
Who is this?
This is Jacob Soldier Barfield.
Oh, okay. Soldier Barfield. Yeah. Yeah, he had a pretty solid resume for sure. I know that.
I just think it's kind of funny how, like, of all people, like, this random dude has just a better resume than Mayweather. If you think of it, like, win-wise, like, Floyd has Pacquiao, who, let's face it, past his prime. Floyd was past it too, but like, that's no excuse. Pacquiao was still past his prime. Maidana's a good win. We'll give him that one. Canelo's a pretty good win too. A bit
Well,
drained, but
He's only 23 years old. That's like you can
yeah, but he had like 45 fights though. Like
against
still.
who? After that 23-year-old Canelo with those 45 fights, this means not a lot. I mean, look at Julio Cesar Chavez. You know, people called him a can crusher, and everyone goes, "Oh, don't say that," or "Oh, they're just hating," or whatever. But he only beat 2 Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Two Hall of Famers in his 100 and God, how many wins did he have? Like
Yeah,
112.
a lot of those people
Number.
he beat are also pretty good, despite being not in the Hall of Fame. So
The far majority of the guys he beat were nobodies.
that's true. Like at least
You can
like
make up a random
50 of
South
those.
American name and he's on there.
But Canelo had a pretty good resume. Like he beat I forgot his name, Austin Trout. Before
at that point he fought Floyd. Yeah, he had beat Trout. There's Lundy Lara,
Mosley
even though it was
too.
controversial.
Cotto.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was.
Had he fought?
It's a good
I
win.
guess he had fought Cotto. Yeah.
It's not prime like Canelo, but it's like a good win. So
Yeah.
we'll give him that.
And
one.
then he had a was it a split decision against like a 37-year-old Oscar De La Hoya?
That's a meme. I'm sorry. That's
Yeah.
a meme.
You don't think it was
Yeah.
close?
It was a split. Oh, Lara was after Mayweather. Okay, good call.
Hatton was a pretty
Rodolfo.
good win too.
Rodolfo.
Ricky Hatton's a pretty good win. He was
For
undefeated.
Floyd.
And
Yeah.
Gotti was old. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, wasn't Gotti over?
Yeah, but he
They demolished him.
Gotti was never like an all-time great.
Yeah.
He was a
Zabzina-
really good fighter though.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
Zabzina
very
was
good.
past it. I think I remember Mosley was like 40.
Damn.
Victor Ortiz really like how
That was
could
the
you
cheap
argue
shot.
how could you argue number one pound for pound like as Floyd, bro? It's a great resume, but like Robinson tier, Armstrong, Langford, Graham, no.
Yeah.
Zero debate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look who they fought while in their prime, so that's something you definitely have to factor in because Mosley, yeah, he might have been best at like 135. Same with some would argue with De La Hoya, so there's so many things to factor in there. And Floyd, by that same token, I thought he was very good when he was when he fought Diego Corrales. What weight was 130? That was 130. So he was pretty solid then and there. But yeah, it's hard to just say that, he's the greatest of all time. Recency bias, again, creeping in there because a lot of the people who say that have no knowledge of some of these old school boxers, even some with big names,
You said Diego Corrales. For some reason, my brain got him mixed up with Winky Wright. I was like 130 pounds.
Oh no, no, not Winky. That would have been an interesting fight, Floyd. If he were to move up and beat someone like Winky, that would have been possible when Winky was fighting at 154.
He'd get destroyed though by Winky Wright. Like there's no way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's no way.
But that would have been interesting right there.
I think Paul I forgot his name.
Paul Williams. Yeah.
Paul Williams would have been a very interesting fight with
tough style to deal with, high output and long. And yeah, it would have been a very interesting fight for sure.
I don't think that you said it's a hard fight for Floyd.
Which one? The Winky Wright?
No. Who you just said had a high output?
Paul Williams.
Paul Williams.
Yeah. You think that'd be a hard fight for Floyd?
For sure.
I think the
because I think Floyd can deal. I think Floyd was fine with dealing with high outputs. I think what would have made Floyd struggle is someone who's very big and strong and who can bully Floyd. And I think a guy who is very long. I think a guy like that would hurt Floyd really badly. I don't think a guy with a high output would.
Well, Paul Williams was pretty much all of that. Maybe not
he
the
was
strongest.
Taller than Hearns too, right?
Yeah, he was long, lengthy, and he had a high output, and he had a very solid chin. Nobody could really knock him out until he got knocked out by Sergio Martinez. But that was pretty much at 164, 154, 160, I guess, kind of. I think it was really 160, even though both of them were kind of fighting above their weight, if I recall correctly. But Paul Williams, he was one of those guys who had a unique body fighting at 147 pounds. So it would have been interesting to see how Mayweather dealt with him, with someone who would have been around 6 or 7 inches taller with a
6 or 7
reach.
inches. How tall was he?
6'2", 6'3".
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fighting at 147, you know.
God,
Crazy
damn, I'll
output
have to
though.
watch
His
it.
volume was insane.
Yeah. It would have been
Jesus.
insane. It would have been an interesting one right there for Mayweather to deal with, though we didn't get that fight.
I never knew that.
Can't see it
6'2" at
happening, man.
147 pounds.
Yeah, it's insane to think about it, right? That's
With
what
a-
made it so intriguing.
With a style, like a very high output style, and you said he had a solid chin. I never heard of this guy because my modern boxing knowledge isn't great. I'd have to
Yeah.
go back and watch him.
Yeah, he was one of the best 147 pounders. And then he moved up. But he did get beat by this guy Carlos Quintana, who was a shorter fighter, or who would have been, I guess, more comparable height wise and maybe some measurables to Floyd, who was able to actually do some pretty decent work on the outside and outpointed him. But then when they rematched, Williams knocked him out in the first round, I believe it was. So you could also argue that I guess he wasn't really on that night.
Golovkin versus Mayweather at 156 catch weight. I wonder if Golovkin can even make 156. I know
that would have been interesting one there,
he's
Rodolfo.
kind of a small 160, but I'm not sure if he can make 156. That's pretty.
He had to drain himself.
That's such a Floyd thing to do. Just have it at 156, just to torture and make Golovkin weaker so that he can just snatch that unanimous decision off of him.
Yeah, Rodolfo says because ain't no way Mayweather would have fought Triple G at 160. No, without a doubt, it wasn't gonna happen there. I remember Bernard Hopkins was willing to come down to fight him at a catch weight as well. That didn't happen.
What do you think Floyd Mayweather's best weight was when he was at his very best?
I don't know. I think 130 was
yeah.
He looked pretty fast at 130.
Yeah, he could punch. He had the offensive output as well, and he still was defensive. So he had a mix of both top level offense and defense at that particular time. And probably 130. I think that's what the majority of people will say. Probably defensively, he was at his best. Of course, as he moved on a little bit later in his career, of course, with that experience and all. So, but yeah, probably
the rehydration pause too. Yeah, that's such a Floyd thing to do.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't like those rehydration clauses. I'm like, if you're gonna fight at someone at the weight, then just deal with the weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, actually, don't fight them then if you want.
Yes, don't fight at that weight if you don't want to fight someone who can make that weight. Then and you want a rehydration clause in there, don't fight there or don't fight that person. Because you're gonna have if the person can make the weight, then that's all that counts.
One of my favorite fantasy matchups with Floyd was Sandy Sadler.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could have got it done.
One.
That'd be interesting.
Because I think Sandy was so big.
Height, though, no, they're technically the same height, right?
Sadler, I think, was 5'10", but he had very, very, very long arms.
Let me search this up.
And he could punch for sure. So
he was probably the hardest hitting featherweight ever.
Yeah, he certainly.
He's only 5'8". Wow.
What did he say?
He was only 5'8". That's surprising.
Oh wow.
So he's the same height as Floyd. I'm not sure if he can get that same type of bullying vibe with Floyd though, because his natural weight's 130, 135, and Floyd's natural weight's 145, 150.
Well, I think that if they both fought and they met, I think Sandy could get it done. But I think Floyd would. The problem with Sandy would be his stance, because he pokes his head out a lot.
Yeah,
his stance is built for getting jabbed in the face. but it's also built for landing hard shots. And it's one of the ones I think about.
Yeah,
it'd be pretty cool because like Floyd has a problem with pressure, and pressure was what Sadler had.
That's what would make the Armstrong fight very interesting. Someone who pressures him, because that was what happened with Jose Luis Castillo, who is in the first fight. Now, mind you, I think that Floyd won, but a lot of people felt that Floyd lost that fight. But it was that constant pressure. You think about a guy like Henry Armstrong. That's all. That's like his number one bread and butter right there. The amount of pressure he applied on fighters. So it would be tough for Floyd to deal with Armstrong. At least keep him off of him for sure. So that would make it very interesting.
I think Hank kills him. I don't think it's a fight. I think it's a complete mismatch.
Floyd Floyd said that his toughest fight was against Emmanuel Augustus, right? And Augustus had that pressure, and Maidana had that pressure, and like Flack said, like Armstrong is gonna kill him with that pressure.
I'm just gonna roll over him. Floyd can't. Floyd likes to be stationary. He likes to use his defense. He likes to counter shot. You can't counter a guy who's constantly slipping and punching and pushing and it's like Floyd. Imagine what Floyd's gonna do, trying to put a shell up with Hank rubbing his head on his chest and in his neck, and he's forcing his head into him. It's like I don't think there's a world where Floyd beats.
Speaking of mismatch, Greb versus Mayweather is also a mismatch.
Yeah, but Greb was big as hell. Greb was like 65.
Greb would fuck him up, but like everyone thinks, but look at the shadow boxing video. This guy crosses his feet. He's never gonna beat Floyd. Like, bro, everyone back then said Greb was awkward too. Everyone said he was amateur.
Oh yeah.
I have newspaper reports calling him an amateur, and how he's unskilled, and how but despite that, he achieved success because he's just that good.
I didn't see amateur get thrown around. I saw awkward everywhere. Everywhere where I've seen Harry Greb get mentioned, it's always awkward.
I plan on making a video about this because it's so
you should do it.
Myth.
I know BL did it.
Yeah, you should do it for sure. Create a video on it. Yeah, that's one of the things to point out because I think people they have this misconception. Those are like those little promo reels. They always did those back then. It wasn't the real deal type thing,
I think somebody said they thought that someone had dropped a trunk load of gloves on them in the ring when fighting Harry Greb. That was one of them.
Yep.
That's funny.
Someone did say that.
Yeah, I don't. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was going to say even Gene Tunney, his accounts for it. And some people say you have people who think Gene Tunney is the greatest heavyweight ever, or at least a top 10 heavyweight, but you have some who think he's the best one ever. Look at some of the polls I've done, and
I don't think he's the greatest. You can't put him in there. But if we're talking about the best fighters ever, he's one of the best. I think top 10. I'd have him as far as how good he was. He just had a style. It was hard to beat. It was oppressive. His 1-2 covered 7 feet of distance.
Yeah, some people consider him a top 10 heavyweight. I don't think he did enough at heavyweight to be a top 10 heavyweight when you think about it.
Gene Tunney.
Gene Tunney. At heavyweight, I can't really see him because resume-wise, his resume is kind of deceiving because a lot of those big names on there were past their prime, like Levinsky and Gibbons and Carpentier. A lot of them were near the end of their careers, but his performances against Greb and these people is still pretty incredible, and that's why I rate him so highly in head-to-head wise and as a light heavyweight.
Yeah.
Because Gene Tunney, he looks awkward by modern standards because his style isn't very it doesn't mean he looks bad by modern standards because he uses a style that's kind of extinct, the same style that Mike Gibbons uses too. It's it looks weird by modern standards because we don't see it used anymore, but it's still efficient.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call it awkward. I think it's just way of offense was his 1-2, and it was such a destructive way to score points because he was like I said, the amount of distance he could cover, he would cover like 6-7 feet of distance with this 1-2, and when he would land inside, he would throw like 4 or 5 punches, and he would like throw punches like a welterweight. Look at any.
Is insane.
Look at any
insane.
of his film. He just throws so quickly, and he's so defensively sound. It's just a hard style to fight.
Yeah, definitely a tough style. So the best of him, light heavyweight, probably where he was at his best, absolute best, but certainly a formidable heavyweight as well. So very interesting fighter.
I think
he was never heavyweight champion, was he?
Opinion.
Yeah, Tunney, right?
Yeah, I think he would beat Lewis.
Who, Gene Tunney?
Yeah,
he has a good shot, in my opinion.
It'd be interesting if he could withstand. If he doesn't get caught, he has a possibility to do so.
That's a big if.
Well, because Gene Tunney liked to trade. A lot of his time is spent being efficient and being smart. But when he would land inside the pocket, he was not afraid to trade punches. And like I said, when he'd throw these combos, like he would throw like a left hook, uppercut, left hook, right hook, uppercut, and then he'd leave the pocket. You can't do that.
Jack Dempsey, too, of all people. Like it's unwise, but he always gets away with it. So I can't help but think it'd go the same way against Lewis.
The long count was 1927, right? Was that the long count fight? Okay, that's not Jack Dempsey at his best, and Jack Dempsey still knocked him down. So I would be cautious to pick Tunney against Lewis.
Yeah, same here. I think that
Lewis in head-to-head matches is always hard for me because he has so many strengths, but also like a lot of weaknesses that can be exploited. Like he gets rocked pretty easily. He can be dropped or perhaps like even though he's like the best combo puncher arguably ever. It's just that he has these weaknesses that could be exploited by like people like Langford. Langford, I think, would actually be able to beat. He has the potential to beat Lewis. He has that style and power.
Yeah,
that Lewis would probably get knocked down from, but like it's really hard for me to make picks with him in these fantasy matches because of those things.
I don't think he had a shaky chin, but when he was at his very best, like we're talking 1938, he wasn't getting knocked down really.
I thought
he had the fight with Max Schmeling and Tony. That was one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was one time. Tony caught him one time, and he never let him catch him again. And Max Schmeling,
still caught him.
Who else?
Buddy Bear, I think. And
but you can't blame that on Joe Louis. That's Buddy Bear. Buddy Bear was a murderer.
Also rocked him though in their fight, which is pretty big too.
But it's how you respond, and Lewis always responded in appropriate fashion. For sure.
Okay.
He had that recovery.
I can't. When you can't blame that on Joe Louis. If you have a guy like Harry Graben, say that he got knocked down by Sam Langford. That's Sam Langford. It's not nobody. Sam Langford is one of the greatest punchers of all time.
Yeah,
I think Joe Louis getting rocked
of all time, though.
Well, he got put through the ropes. I don't know if it was a rock. I think Buddy Bear kind of big bodied him into the ropes and he hit him, and the kid
it was Khan that rocked him in their fight.
Right. Hey, salute Beagle. Beagle dropped in. Beagle 47. Crap, just stumbled on this late again. Hey, you gotta have to check out the replay, Beagle. We've been going for a minute, 4 hours. Speaking of such, I'm gonna have to roll, fellas. We'll have to do this again.
All right.
We'll have to do this again. I love these discussions. Like, let's come back in the mix.
Well,
tomorrow's Friday. Fridays are unlimited.
I had this idea to make an Instagram group chat for people who like classic boxing, but I can't find anyone.
Oh,
so would be down for that.
Add me to it. Add Rodolfo to it. Rodolfo's down for it. But I have you on Instagram. Are you on Instagram, Flack?
No, I don't use Instagram.
Okay, good to go. But shoot it to me, Poland Ball.
Right.
I got you without a doubt, and I'll add Rodolfo in there. He's down for it. and maybe Flack will get in the mix here at some point.
Great discussion, guys.
Oh yes, always. It's always great discussing
Went for
about
4
this.
hours this time. Wow.
4 hours, insane. It's
Almost
4
12
hours.
o'clock. Yeah.
I
Almost
know.
midnight.
Hey, you got to have a love for it if you're going to spend 4 hours in the mix here, you know. So, hey, I'm going to try to get back on this thing tomorrow. So, hey,
Just post
that can
your
link to whatever.
Instagram in the group chat, and wait. Hold on, wait. Just post your Instagram on the chat, and I'll add you on Instagram.
Oh yeah, Rodolfo_RRJ.
Okay.
Well, I have one. I just don't use it. I created it, I think, a few months ago, but I've never gotten on. So it's just my my handle on YouTube too. So you can throw me in there.
Okay, cool. I think that works. Well, appreciate you fellas jumping in the mix. Of course, I'm gonna be back on tomorrow. We'll see what's up. We may be able to have a discussion again. So I'm always down for it.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely be catching up with everyone. And thank you all for listening on the replay as well. Great discussion on the history. Salute to everyone, Rodolfo and all.